Yeah, of course. I mean, no better way to spend our nights than watching some of the most competitive Rocket League you're going to see tonight. Hopefully, we saw Salt Mine earlier today, but who cares about that? We're getting into the real Rocket League with MCS and Challenger, and like you said before, we're going to see half the teams leaving in the first round, but that does not mean we're not going to see some insane battles. And man, just going in today, it's just gonna be absolutely incredible. I can't. I can't wait. I cannot wait. We might have lost us.
Oh my goodness, they couldn't hear me the whole time. My
Oh,
audio
no.
defaulted to a different device. I love that. Yeah, I love that I'm muted. Love that. We still jamming though. We still like the music. I'll go back to the schedule because Jesus, Martha.
Bring it back. Bring it
Winnipeg
back.
Atlas Duluth Superiors. We'll watch a quarterfinal after that, then a semifinal, and then a major run final. I'm Stewie. That's Zoms. Oh my goodness, I just completely bundled the beginning of this. I love it, but I still love it. I still like it, but back to the format. Format for the season. You've got combines, then the draft, obviously week 1s through 3, and then that major number 1. That's what we're on currently. We had the trade window end Zoms about 5 days ago. Some teams are reeling from that, making new decisions on who they want to play with, and then obviously you've got week 4 through 8 in split number 2. That'll start in December. So we've got a week break after this week's Zoms, and then we'll pick it back up with week number 4. And that trade window comes at the end of week 4. So teams are looking to maybe make some moves during that. But that is also your chance, if you're not playing this season, to technically get signed up and then get picked up. But at the end of week 8, we'll go into major number 2. That's worth a whole lot more points than major number 1 is. And obviously that being is so important, it is right before LAN. LAN on President's Day weekend, the 15th and the 16th of February. And yeah, Psalms, it's a mouthful for sure, but I'll show you what the teams are playing for. The point distribution for major number 1, placement wise, first place gets 21 points. That is the equivalent to basically 4 matches, 4 and 1 extra point. 15 points for second place. That's a little more than 2 matches, 2 match wins. Actually, it's 3 match wins. What am I saying? And then 2 match wins for third and fourth. And if you win your opening round, you're guaranteed 5 points, which can be absolutely huge sums because we can go over the... I believe this is the right screen. It is. We can go over the standings. And these are updated. These are current. Omaha sitting on top at 5-1. They're technically tied with Rochester and Fargo, but they have the, I believe it's game differential that differentiates between the top. But one thing that stands out to me, Zoms, I don't know if you want to highlight your own. Burnsville is 0-6 on the season. They have 0 points.
Yeah, that is tough. The one thing I want to talk about is how. So obviously, top 8 are going to be the ones making land, and you can just see how many teams have 15 points. That is 4 teams. That is how important that tiebreaker point is, because if you win this major one, you get that extra point, which will push you over the edge, and that would basically instantly secure you that top 8 if we were going to land right now. Now, that's 4 teams that are tied right now. all throughout the season, there's going to be plenty of teams that are going to be fighting for, game differential. They're going to be fighting for the goal differential if it goes down to, the wire. I know that's how my team was going into this major. It was down to goal differential. That is how important this tiebreaker point is. It gives you that little bit of lead that might just be the difference when it comes to the end of the season.
Indeed. And, yeah, it's really the most important part. Is the first match, I think, is the most important match, because you've got what, an extra 5 points, but you're if you win this major, you're picking up 25 points. You can, if certain teams lose and you win, you can hurdle from 8th place to 1st place in basically 2 matches, 1 or 2 matches, which is huge. So that's what these teams need to be thinking about when they're going into their first series, because some of them are playing their first series obviously right now, but we have not opened up ours yet. But it should be a blast. Here's the bracket for tonight. I'll give it to you very quickly because we got to get into this series. But Atlas and Duluth on the top left of your screen is what we're looking at, and then we will watch the very bottom quarterfinal. As the winner of that obviously being the Fargo Steelhawks, St. Paul Senators, Green Bay Knights, Chicago Jungle. Two of those 4 teams will be playing each other next. But Zoms, we have to make our predictions as to who we think is going to win. And now I have no idea who is going to win. That's the thing.
Man.
I personally want to take the lower seed because I just want to see an upset, and I think the lower seed has a better chance. I'm going to go with the Duluth Superiors. It is a best of 7 reminder, but I believe they will win this in 6.
I wish I said my prediction first, because you might be stealing my prediction, game for game. I'm not going to change prediction. I think Superiors they're a really solid team. They have 3 players. They've stuck it out. This is the same team that they had at the after the draft, and I think that goes a long way. I really do think chemistry and working out your problems as a team can go really a far ways. And I think this is 3 players that are super capable in their own right, and they just haven't maybe hit it off quite yet. But going into this as the 9th seed, it could be worse. And yeah, I'll just have to agree with you this time.
I think you might have to agree with me, because I see Duluth causing an upset here. Hopefully they can reign true on my prediction, but regardless, should be a blast for these teams, as you have got Bob the Huge Man, DJ, and Calster for the Duluth Superiors, Nutmeg Bandits Nate, and Mikey on the side of the Winnipeg Atlas. And this is basically blast off, Psalms. We're at the opening match of the night of the weekend. We're at the pinnacle, would you say, of Rocket League, as a good first minute for both teams. Nobody gets scored on right away off the kickoffs.
Yeah, there was a couple good chances though, and could not quite capitalize. Now it's Bob trying to make a difference here, but makes a diving save, and it might just roll all the way. And Nutmeg was playing on the front post here, and a ball that just flies off the wall just rolls in, and that is not a goal that Atlas are going to feel good about conceding.
No, but that's a goal that I think Duluth will take all day, as they will get that opening goal to go in, and they're up 1-0 with plenty of time for Winnipeg to think about a counter. As Calster, okay, free one. Pinch off right off the kickoff. You might as well take that.
Yeah, he looked like he got caught maybe a little bit out of position. Same with Mikey. I think they probably communicated he was just gonna boom it into the corner, and got caught a little bit being a little too slow. And Superior's gonna pick up a nice 2-0 lead on the start of the series. It's always good starting off that first game of the lead. Might relieve some of the nerves going into it. It is Major 1, and nerves can be a big part, and if you can't get them under wraps, it could cost you a game or possibly the series. Claster's trying to make it maybe 3. He gets a solid 15 to the corner. Maybe got one more for the road. Solid defense keeps it away. Bob just going to throw it across the net. Nutmeg just a massive clear. DJ's going to have to scramble back. Does a well job just to put it over by his team, but they gotta get a team bump, and DJ does manage to recover and get to the ball, but for how long is it going to last? Nutmeg trying to just keep the ball in pressure, and It might find its way towards the goal. Nutmeg is 50 it on the goal line. Bob stays composed and gets just behind the ball, just escorting it out of his half, just marching it down the field. No one's really challenging. Calster's going to take that right from Bob and try 15 it. But Nutmeg does a solid job of just keeping it safe. And this game has really slowed down from the first minute.
And it was good layering originally from Duluth. They had plenty of boost to get out, but ended up losing the 50 in the corner. And then obviously the team bump running into each other. Not much you can do there as you're trying to avoid your teammates, I think, as much as you possibly can. But they do get away for now after burning basically 200 boost, but they still have the 2-0 lead. So I guess they're comfortable and confident. Calster's going to knock Bob the Huge Man out of the way. Bob does recover, though, into a challenge. Nate off the corner. Looking for one more touch. Can't really get anything on it. Nutmeg, a good slow play, but he's going to fall on that. And that will squander away all of Winnipeg's chances. 1v1 for Calster. Nate chooses not to go originally, but does catch the ball in his backboard. All three players from the Atlas take a stab at it. And Zom's neither one able to make contact. That results in them having to burn a little bit more boost to get out here, but an infield touch from Bob will force Cal to make a save and a good clear down the line. And a minute and 48 seconds left on the turnaround. DJ will have that into the corner. I thought didn't get enough on it though. Nutmeg will cut the lead in half.
Kind of just came out of nowhere. It seemed like the Superiors were okay with this, keeping the ball close to them, as even if it's close to the goal. This time they do get punished for it. Seems like they're playing that bend but don't break defense. And although it's been working for the rest of the game, this time they got a little bit careless on their goal line and they concede from it. And I wonder if they're maybe going to opt to, keep doing that, or maybe they'll, play a little bit safer. Nutmeg doesn't care about it. He's just going to try air dribbling down the field, but it gives Calster a chance to air dribble bump. He's looking for the bump, but Nate does a great job keeping it out of his goal. And, being down one, it is so important coming into these last 90 seconds that they don't get scored on. They need to, equalize soon. And Calster's trying to force it down. DJ ends up, unfortunately brings it back to his own half, but he does keep control and pumps it over one, puts it over two, does get demoed for his work. And there might be a bit of a misplay here. Mikey outplayed his own teammate, but does do well in the follow-up. And this has been very back and forth going into the last 60 seconds here. Atlas need to find a goal.
This is good spacing, good touch from Bob on the backboard. Forces Nutmeg to get something on it. He does stay with it, but see his boost number, not the greatest, as Cal deletes him for his troubles. DJ collects a great first touch, forces Nate to hit it away from him. That's exactly what he does. The 50 comes through, as nobody on the far side of the field. As Nate will leave that for Nutmeg. They do get it over. DJ gets caught out for a second, and it almost gets to be a tie game for Mankato, but DJ does work his way through and does get the pinch 50. Nutmeg doesn't make contact. And yeah, Nate's expression says it all. That one wasn't supposed to go in.
I feel like we've seen not the same goal every time, but the same mistake that led to a goal. And that's just the third man not, maybe trusting their teammate too much, but just not playing the goal. And then it's just another loose ball that flies towards goal, ends up in. And that could have been a nice goal for the Winnipeg, but they do get shut down by the post. And they need to find one here. Last 10 seconds, they need to. It's not... Maybe this is a chance for Mikey. Mikey's going to try finding Nutmeg in the middle. He does find it, but he just goes missing, and Callister's going to easily be able to drain the rest of this clock. Maybe find one more for the road. They're trying to just get one more. Doesn't quite matter anymore. Does have a nice center, but Mikey shuts it down. It's a 2-goal advantage at the end of the game. Superiors are looking strong at the start of this one.
Yeah, Duluth on top as... 3-1. Good first game there from Duluth, as they will pick up the win. As we'll take a look at the replay, and that is zoomed in a little far. As hold on, let me. I got you guys. I got you. Don't worry. There you go. As that pinch 50, I think that pinch 50 really was the nail in the coffin. I mean, you're already up 2-0. There's 3 minutes and 46 seconds left. You weren't able to really get much. Nutmeg is able to get on the board, but at the same time, I think that game could have gone a lot better for Mankato. They really had some great chances at the end of its arms that I don't think they capitalized on as well as they think they should have. And that miss from Nate, really. That expression from Nate and that miss from Nutmeg explains that game in and of itself.
Yeah, rough way to start the series, but, the good thing about this is that it's a best of 7. You know, you don't got to play one game and be done with it.
Exactly.
It's not ranked. You don't lose your MMR from the first game. You can get back into it, and although you might be down one of the series, it's not the end of the world. You know, you just get your footing and just get back into it. And we're going to game 2, and I feel like if they clean up some of these smaller mistakes, you know, maybe some positional, maybe some communication stuff that could just be a result of nerves going into the first game. You know, I think they'll clean it up, and this will be a, you know, extremely good series from here on out.
Indeed, and I think that you know, if you are on the side of, you know, the superiors, you want to win this second game. Really just assert your control on the series. I thought they'd be pretty darn good to open up the series, and that's exactly what they're doing. As 20 seconds in, they get a beat on the backboard. The 50-50 from DJ into that corner throws all the wrench into things, because he not only wins that 50 zoms, but he continues on to get the bump on the front half. Open net for Calster.
Yeah, making it look easy. I mean, they just completely just disarmed the entirety of the Atlas defense and just, you know, basically had an open net. Calster trying to get fancy. Does get shut down by a Matus Nate. DJ on backboard, but is comfortable just to keep it here. And Mikey might have a chance to center the ball. Actually, not make on the backboard, trying to make something magical happen. Bob just opts to double tap, cleared away off the ground. And maybe Calster has a bit of a chance here to do something crazy, but Mikey is there to meet him in the corner. Now, does find a demo in the corner to relieve some pressure. Bob is trying to just press the play. It doesn't have any boost, so he's, you know, doesn't want to commit too hard on that. DJ trying to get a reset here, and Matus Nate does keep it away. Calster, you know, the ball's been in this corner for a while. Can they find an opportunity? Just barely kept away. I didn't quite see who it was, but they did dove across the net to keep that out. And the offense is looking quite good right now. The Superiors have been on the offense for probably about 30 seconds here, and it's looking like Atlas do not have a way out. They have no boost. They're having a hard time, you know, breaking out of this vice grip, and maybe there's a chance here, but no, Calster just immediately throws it back into this corner where it's been for the last 45 seconds.
And I like the positioning from Nutmeg. I mean, he's trying to use his backboard as a way to elevate himself so he can get a touch on the ball, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really amount to anything, as Mikey will be deleted. Calster, good forward touch, but Nutmeg was right on the respawn. Gonna hit down the field, can't really do much here. DJ is gonna have to pop this up and take a 50 as Calster plays into his corner. Double dunk. It's Nate on the shot. He can't follow it up. As good flip reset from DJ, is able to stay with the ball. And Duluth, that's really what they're doing so well, is just sticking on the ball. It feels like Atlas don't really have a time to think about, you know, what they want to do. That is a great pinch save from Nate, able to keep his team in it, and it's still 1-0.
That was kind of insane. He just ground pitched it out of his own goal. That was, you know, it came from the heavens, really dove off the crossbar. It might have been the only place he could have gotten to. Bob just ended up cutting off his teammate there for the shot, but it's okay. They're still keeping pressure. Mikey is trying to find a way out right now. Maybe has a bit of a solo play. Does not play one, but DJ just shuts it down immediately. Does get that full boost. Maybe he can make something of it. Mate has a great challenge in the corner. Bob just finding the backboard. Mikey just have to get up because he does go missing, but Nutmeg knows. He pops it up. But Bob might have a chance here. Free double, but Nate just, I mean, he just could not quite catch up to that ball. And that might be an opportunity gone missing that they'll miss, but they are still up 1, and they're still keeping a lot of pressure. Calster looking for a center ball, finding DJ. DJ throws a hot one on target, and it destroys every single defender.
I mean, it was a good shot, but better pass from Cal. You can't put that in a better spot. But the placement from DJ was, I mean, on a high level as well. I mean, he was going for a hard touch. He got all of it. Used the back corner of his wheel, really, in between his front and back wheel, and that's really all he needed. It's Nate. We'll hit that one off the backboard. Nutmeg into the corner, looking to keep up pressure for Winnipeg because they haven't really had a lot of it here. Psalms have kind of been shut down by Duluth, who are making plays. As Bob looking to place that shot, does get it by, you know, really a couple Winnipeg defenders, does force them to go. And that's really what the theme for me. I mean, I've been a part of this league for technically my sixth season now, and played a ton of games in Challenger. And really, Challenger is all about not only who has the consistent mechanics obviously, but the consistent shooting. And the teams that shoot well on the day, they win games. And we're seeing that here with the Superiors.
Yeah, they've been really just, when they get their really solid chances, they've been just taking them. And so far the Atlas have been, I mean, here's another chance, but it's just completely smothered out by the Superiors. They're just staying so strong on the goal line. Maze maybe had a bit of a misjump, but recovers extremely well with the double. DJ has a great chance to shoot. He recognizes Nate, trying to jump up and get as large as he can to cover the goal. But DJ, with an eye on him, just throws it right underneath him, and really nothing he can do there. That's a 3-goal lead, and DJ's striking has been phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, Duluth can't really be slowed down here in this, the first half of this best of 7. I mean, I've seen best of 7s that have been played in halves like this, where one team comes out really hot and another team doesn't wake up. And there's one for Mikey, though. Able to cut down the lead to 2 as 48 seconds to go. And a big goal as they kind of catch Duluth a little bit too far on the overcommit. And we'll see what we get, Zoms, because this is a really important game. A very important game in terms of, Alice, if they can somehow pull a miracle out of this one, they'll obviously make the series even, but at the same time, you're just giving too much space on these kickoffs.
Yeah, and when you have players like Calster, they're gonna punish you. That's a flipper set over 1, and Bob is more than capable of tapping that one in. And it seemed like Atlas just worked so hard to finally get a goal. It was their first goal in like about 5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
And they just immediately give up one like that off the kickoff, and we need to be cleaning up these mistakes going through the series because, like you said, might be the most important game. This is the game to really. Oh my goodness, that looks like an insane shot, but Bob is just there to save it. And the striking, it just keeps being smothered out by the Superiors.
I mean, their offense obviously has been playing well, but I don't think Winnipeg has been playing a bad couple of games. Obviously, the first one being pretty darn close, so only a 1-goal game. This one kind of blown out by Duluth, but I think it's just Winnipeg has had a couple of good challenges. They just haven't been able to put them away, as this one will end likely 4-1, as they're going to keep it up. It ain't going to stay up, fellas, as that one's going to drop to the ground. Duluth is up 2-0, and they have taken full control of the early half of this best of 7. Reminder, timeouts are in play. So, Zoms, if Winnipeg loses this next game, likely maybe see them go for a timeout, but also you may also see them think about going for one here, because losing game 2 like that in that fashion is not good for your mentality.
Yeah, personally, I think right now is the time to pull the trigger on that timeout.
I agree.
I think because if you go into this next game and let's just say they lose it, because, they didn't have that time to strategize and maybe, rebound with that extra minute that you get from a timeout, and then you go down 0-3 in a series, that the likelihood of a reverse sweep is just like 99 out of 100 times, it's just not gonna even have a chance,
Yeah.
One of the next, couple games will swing one way or the other, but are they taking their timeout? I really can't tell. Lots of banner in the chat.
They haven't said anything yet. So I truly don't think they are going to use it just yet. But
I think it can pay off. It's risky, but if they do bounce back right now and win this, and then they can maybe save it for when it's a little bit later in the series, I can understand that. But it's just so risky because if you lose this game, you go down 0-3. I don't want to be that guy, but the series is almost just
done and dusted. It is hard. It is really, really difficult to come back down 3-0. I mean, coming back down 3-1 is one thing, but 3-0, you're not only on quadruple match point, but if you're down 3-0, you likely haven't gotten anything going in the series or haven't had a game where you've stamped your name on anything as they pop. Just again continues his scoring streak as he'll open this game up, and another early goal for Duluth. A great first touch from Calster, and Bob just finds the shot on target.
And a continuing theme we've seen through all of these games are the kickoffs. It seems like almost off of every kickoff, within that first 15 seconds of the game, this time 16 seconds, my bad.
Close enough.
The Superiors are finding at least one kickoff, goal a game, and that adds up, it doesn't sound like a lot, but in threes, 1 goal is massive, especially against a team like the Atlas, who have owned the most goals they've had in the game is 1 against you. So if you can immediately just nullify that with a kickoff goal, that's almost all the offense. It looked like Mikey might have had a chance there, but Nutmeg just cut him off. And, going into this game, I just need to see the mistakes cleaned up. But once again, same problem as the first game. Clean up the mistakes, and you have a real shot at this series.
I thought Calster might go for that, doesn't choose to take off on it, as I don't know if he knew Nate was full boost, but obviously, they do not have the view we do currently. We can see all the boost numbers, all the little, the bubbles, obviously, that tell us how much each player is rocking. As that is a great infield pass. That is what you want to see if you're an Atlas fan. Nutmeg to Nate, beautiful off the sidewall. If you're DJ sitting in the net, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, and last week I saw this Atlas team play, and they looked extremely strong. And my standout player from that series was It's Nate. This guy, when he was on his game last week, looked invincible, and I want to see him step up and become the striker that this team needs. And in this this game right here, game number 3, it looks like he is the guy stepping up, getting his, the first lead of the series, I'm pretty sure, for Atlas, and it's early.
And Calster, kind of a misread on the ball, and if you're giving a challenger player an open net like that, they're not going to miss it, as... Right off this kickoff, we'll see what the Duluth Superiors decide to do. A loss to Mikey as Bob will hit that off his backboard. Nutmeg. Good patience. I like this play from Winnipeg. They're slowing the game down. Does end up getting dunked, though. That doesn't do much for you. And flying by the ball is Bob, as he will not read that. Cal off the ceiling will shut that challenge down. As another one in the corner. DJ off the backboard. Is anyone home to put it away? Bob? He's hanging out in the midfield with 100 boost. Good first touch, but is going to get away from him. Mikey has it away. And Zoms, the theme from this game so far, every time I switch to a player's point of perspective, the ball is getting launched out of their half and or launched across the field. Bob running interference, can't find anything, is 2-1 still, an advantage for the Atlas.
Yeah, they seem very willing. Oh, that's another double commit coming up from the Superiors. That is not, a problem we saw in the previous games. Double commits were, far and few between. And now in this game, I feel like we've maybe seen a few come out. And Mikey's just trying to make another play. That's a big demo, but another demo as well on the landing. Nate might have a chance here. Mikey is running interference. He may have a chance here. Flipper's out of the ball. He does get a flip on target. And Bob might have just outplayed his own teammate, but it is going to result in an Atlas goal. What an outstanding solo play once again from the star of the show, It's Nate.
He's kind of just taking over this game. Has a hat trick, all 3 for the Winnipeg Atlas. As maybe Cal gets one off the kickoff. Great first touch. Nutmeg in a tough spot. Has to line up the double and does guess right. I would have liked to see Cal maybe shoot that on target instead of opt for a double tap. Didn't really look at where Nutmeg was positioned. His huge dunk from Bob. Awkward play. DJ, what is that angle? How does he find that?
Can't believe it. There was almost 0 angle on the shot. I thought for sure he was going to hit the bar, but he triple taps it up. Oh my goodness. He just finds the net. Banger of a shot to keep them alive in this series. It's only a 1-goal lead from the Atlas now. And after that, they got to be shaking in their boots a little bit.
Yeah, good first kickoff again for Duluth. I don't want to say they've been kickoff merchant Zoms, but they've really controlled them. And that has led to them obviously scoring a couple goals here in this game, but 4 in the last one and more in the next one. Over as they're going to tie the game. That's 2 straight. Duluth is knocking at the door here in game 3.
That was just such a quick counterattack. DJ, it kind of looked like he went for the shot, but Bob recognized that Nutmeg would at least have a chance to get back and just redirects it from close range to, really just throw the key into the water. And, man, it all tied up going into the last, 100 seconds of this match. And DJ's trying to take the lead and goes for a bit of a fake, just kind of work out on one, but Nutmeg was there to be the hero. Calster looking for that double tap. Nutmeg once again locking it down. Mikey has a bit of a 1v1. DJ has no boost. He flicks it to the back left of the net, and he finds it to put his team in the lead.
Huge play from Mikey, excuse me. DJ was in the bad spot, no boost, and I think Mikey guessed right, but lots of goals. 7 on this game so far, and a minute 26. Zoms, we have the potential for a 4-4 overtime, but as I say that right off the kickoff, DJ will use the backboard, but Nutmeg is there. I've liked Nutmeg's positioning on a couple of these defensive series where it seems like he's the guy to be, I mean, again, he's the guy to be making the play on the defensive half, the one going first. And if you are Nate or, you know, Mikey, you got to use that to your advantage. You've got your highest overall pick making the plays on defense. Is huge save from Calcer to keep Duluth's hopes alive for game 3. They want to go up 3-0 and they want to put this series pretty much to bed, as Nate will play to the far side. Mikey on the 50-50 pinch. 45 seconds, Sums. What do we got from the end of this game?
Yeah, Superiors are down by 1 right now. They're trying to find a way. Nutmeg just trying to outplay. Just keep the ball in the orange half. You can't score if you're in your half. And Mikey, in fact, will be the one to put them up by 2, potentially securing this game 3, and maybe a 200 IQ usage of not using their timeout. Maybe we were wrong.
As 34 seconds. 8 goals in this game. An explosion from the first game where we only had, I believe 3 or 4 maybe, but this game only having, 8. As 20 seconds will wind down, as Calster will lose that 50 to Mikey. Huge win for the Atlas. They pretty much have to hang on for about 8 or 7 seconds here, as Nate will win that touch to the sidewall. Nutmeg has the clear. That should be game, as they're looking for Morris. Knocking at the door for maybe one more. Bob will play to his own backboard. Not a ton of time. DJ will keep this one up for now, as the Atlas will get on the board. They will not be swept, and that is a huge game, Zoms, because that keeps them alive for now.
Yeah, and normally when, as a team, you look at your stats, and, your team as a whole has a 50% shooting percentage. I mean, that's pretty, half the shots you're taking are even goals. That's pretty good. And then you look on the other side of the field, Atlas, for 8 shots and 5 goals, they just one up you. I mean, the Atlas, this game, maybe before, they're struggling to find the back of the net. This game, they certainly did not have any of those problems, and were striking, I don't want to say perfectly, because, they don't have 100% shooting percentage, but they were shooting pretty near it, and, they were finding the back of the net, they were finding the weaknesses, and they were keeping, the pressure going. I feel like the other games, they were letting the pressure up so soon, and they weren't really, even though they had maybe like 1 or 2 decent shots, their chances would just fizzle out immediately. This game, they were taking their chances first time. They didn't care about keeping the extended pressure, and it just worked out wonders.
Yeah, and Duluth did make it a game. Obviously tied it up at 3, and then you see, the counterattack from Mikey not only, but the goal after that. To put them up 5-3. But loading into this next game, it is going to be fun, as we have got to continue on into game number 4. Atlas are on the board. We'll see what they can do with that, Zoms. Maybe they can even us up at 2 games apiece. But if you are Duluth, you still have another chance to obviously get to match point. And I think this would be definitely the game to do it.
Yeah, and, this is already off to a hot start. I don't know how that pitched into the corner, but it did. Nate looking for a demo, but just go back to his half. Oh my gosh, one player goes missing. Calcer's going to rip a shot on net, just goes wide. DJ maybe has a chance to make a difference here, but it does get shut down. Bob is going to have to make a defensive stand, but it's Calcer to keep it out. Nate pops it high, maybe looking to get something started here. It's a flip. Goes low with it, and it's just going to bang all the way back to their side. But Nutmeg, with full boost, is happy just to collect this. Does get away from him. Calster looking for a teammate in the middle. Bob tries, but it just flies to the other corner. Does find a demo. Doesn't leave with nothing. And it's going to roll all the way back to the side. Calster spawns in and gets maybe a bit of a boom. Nate finding the backboard. Nutmeg is going to try striking here. It's going to find the back of the net. It just kind of rolled in. No defenders were ready. And that might be a goal that I was a little shocked to see.
Yeah. And Cal jumping, thinking it was going to be coming in a little bit quicker, and that's not what happened. Nutmeg kind of delayed a shot just enough, as that'll be a 1-0 advantage for the Winnipeg Atlas, who continue the momentum they built in that, that third game, because, they're doing a heck of a job here at making this a series. They started off slow, but I talked about it originally. I said it's a series of halves. Best of 7s are series of halves. You can play terrible in the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden you figure it out, because that's exactly what the Winnipeg Atlas have done.
and they are looking good while doing it. You know, going up by 2 in the first 90 seconds. You know, this is a complete, 180 from what we've seen in all the other games. Even the game that they won, they were pretty sure losing at the start. No, they were winning, but
even then
but now
even then
they've really separated themselves from the crowd, and they're looking strong. They're looking confident. Nate leading the charge here on this attack, just going to dribble it down the entire length of the field, but does get shut down this time. Calster trying to make some magic happen. What does he got? Mikey does shut it down almost immediately, and we're just going back into this high-flying offense. I don't hate seeing it, but the Atlas have been shutting it down so consistently that maybe mixing up the offense might be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe changing up your approach just a little bit, playing a little bit faster, a little bit slower. Who knows? At the same time, you can kind of think about what you want to do. If you are the Atlas, but if you're the Superiors, you can't let this one get too far away from you, because obviously 2-0 advantage. A 2-0 advantage in the series originally, but now down 2-0 in this game to tie up the series. You definitely want to think about a timeout if you lose this game, Psalms. 100%, it has to be on your mind. I hope these players realize that it is in play, so you can make that happen. But this game halfway done. Nutmeg's looking for a third. DJ though able to get back just in time, as a big miss from Calster puts Bob in a terrible spot. Neither have any boost to work with, as DJ will get that touch over the head. The miss on the sidewall from Nutmeg will result in DJ stealing the corner boost. Duluth have a chance here right off the backboard, but shut down again by Nutmeg, who does win 2 challenges.
He's rotating extremely far this time, but it might not matter, leaving his team up. He does find a demo for his troubles, and the ball is just booming all the way back into the orange half, leading for an awkward catch by DJ. It's in a 50 onto the mid, but no one's there to beat him. Calster just bangs it down the field again. A bit of boomer ball coming out now. Maybe the nerves are getting to them. Bob is trying to just get a decent touch, but finds his way over to DJ, who once again booms it down, but maybe Calster's there to beat him. Takes a hot shot, but it's easily deflected away by Nutmeg. It's a harsh bounce in the corner. DJ does collect, fakes the one, just bounces in the middle. Bob's going to cut it off. Looking for maybe a shot here. Calster finds the top right of the net, but it just goes wide, and a crazy redirect from Nutmeg once again to keep it out. And they're trying to find each other. They're finding these passes. They're going back and forth, but the Atlas always have a player there to shut it down immediately. It's booming all the way back out to the orange half, and they need to find a goal now. We're closing into the final minute here. Down 2. The Superiors need one now.
Yeah. Mikey setting up an attack. Nate likely going to turn on this. Looking infield for Nutmeg. Nutmeg, though, has the boost advantage on Cal and takes his corner, and almost the mid decides to leave it, and is nice to Calster for now. 3-man weaving passing play, but the shot from Nutmeg does get away from him. Calster on the turnaround may have caught. He can't hit the crossbar, as he's not able to follow it up. DJ pops it up. Can't get any follow-up. He's going to leave it for Bob. Bob off the backboard for Calster. There's the finish. 38 seconds to go. The lead is cut in half, but man, they really had to work for that.
They just had no boost there. They really did have to work for it. They just happened to find Atlas with the no boost, and finally their high aerial plays paid off, because the Atlas had no boost. They couldn't even jump up if they wanted to. Almost finding another kickoff goal, but this time Nate is covering the goal wisely, finding Nutmeg maybe in the middle, but overcommits, and Mikey's the last one who also commits. Nate's trying to struggle his way back, just get bumped, and Calster might have a play off the wall here. Nutmeg shuts it down immediately. That was stoic. DJ spawning right underneath the play, and it's going to be a shot towards net. It's just going to go high. DJ does get his boost stolen from him. Nutmeg's trying to be a pest, keep it in this corner. Bob needs to find a way out here. There's only 5 seconds left. They need a goal right now. Bob just doing anything he can, just leaves it for Calster. Calster does send it high. Maybe it's Nate just trying to put it into the ground, but Bob is there to meet him. DJ's up in the air. It's going to go off the ceiling. There's a massive demo from Nate to kill Calster, who is just about to catch the ball and maybe have a chance on his net, but he shuts them down and evens up the series. Atlas are back in this. It's 2-2 in the series, and they might be charging on to, a really strong Game 5 here.
Yeah, as we take a look back at game number 4, that shot from Nutmeg, I think Duluth is really going to want that one back, because it was such a weak shot, and nobody was ready for it. And then the infield from Nutmeg, he really took over game number 4. Man, did the Atlas they made Duluth work for that one, Zums, as that one was one for sure that if you are an Atlas, if you're an Atlas player, you're happy that you were able to hang on to that game. But not only that, you're happy that you were able to make, life as difficult as possible for Duluth, who were, trying to score. But that'll even us up at 2 games apiece. And if we switch back over to us, it's 2-2. Series is tied up. And we're approaching the important part of the series, where obviously this is the the swing game basically, but it's one of those games that you can put the series to bed right now.
Yeah, and this is, if we were in regular season best of 5, this would be the best of 5, and sometimes it's very likely when you win the best of 5, you go on to win the best of 7. Like, just statistically, it's very, very, very in your favor. So this game might be the decider. Now, this has been a game of defying odds, so I won't open my mouth too much. And whoever strikes first, that has also been a big leading factor to who has won the game. And Maze Nate doing a great job just to bang it down the field, maybe finding Mikey, but Calster just maybe trying to find something special, going for the fake on one, but Nate does not care about that and shuts it down. Nate trying to find a way out of his corner, gets shut down by DJ. It's going to fly towards the net, but Nutmeg is able to keep it out. No boost to his name, though, just going to pop it down the field. Calster, there's one touch, but it's a little awkward. DJ does go to the rescue and maybe ends up finding himself on the ball, pops it up, but just kind of finds its way into Nutmeg's hood. Flicks it over one. Bob is left in a pretty tough spot here. Does a great job just to, keep it out of harm's way. But it finds Mikey, which is trying to find his teammate in the center field. But Calster maybe catches them lacking, booms it onto, a relatively open net, but it's slow, and Nutmeg is able to find his way back.
Great pop touch from Bob off the backboard. Nate, though, just had enough boost. Calster will pop it up off the demo. Flip reset towards the net, gets the bump. And Nate's not able to make contact on it. Calster opens the scoring for Duluth, and a great opening goal for the Superiors off the demo and the bump. We'll use Nate as sort of an extra post, but they call this the swing game for a reason. And last season, in season 9, off of both majors, Calster's going to get a second right off the kickoff. Duluth have dominated those, but in both majors and LAN, teams were 35-12 after winning game number 5. So, and going up basically 3-2. The team that won the team that won the 2-2 game, the team that went up 3-2 was 35-12. So
wow.
I guess you could say, and that's in all of season 9. So that's all 3 leagues. So the teams that win that game number 5. Win the game quite a lot of the time, but shout out to those 12 teams that were able to go down 3-2 and they were able to pull it back, because not many teams are able to do that. Nutmeg, though, on the turnaround. DJ, a great save. Follow up from Mikey is off the post, as Duluth have opened up here 2-0 in this game number 5. And if you're just joining us, number 8 seed versus the number 9 seed, we're in the sort of the middle part of our season at the end of split number 1, as this is opening round number 8 versus number 9 seed in Challenger. And this is considered by many who play this league to be the most competitive league. So I have a feeling, Zoms, we will maybe get a game 7 this tonight. I'm hoping so, but
we both predicted 6, but I would love to see 7.
I agree.
DJ trying to just shut us up and shut us out, trying to find a way down here. Nate trying to find it down the wall, but it just gets shut down again. Calster looking for another shot, easily saved out by Mikey. DJ just trying to keep it in the field, keep it in the play. Oh, that's a missed touch. Bob finds a bit of outplay. He's looking for the double, just barely saved away, but Calster's going to find the angle off the top of the roof, and it's going to make it a 3-goal advantage. Superiors are leading in this game 5.
And Cal, I think he just played slow there. I think it was maybe made its Nate. He was expecting a little bit more speed on the challenge, and Calster was able to slow it down, able to get that done. But a great job there for Duluth, as they're looking to put this one to bed. Demo from Nutmeg, though, and the infield pass from Nate. Mikey puts the Atlas on the board. It's 3-1.
And finally, a kickoff went the Atlas's way, and they just throw it in front of the goal, and it ends up, it gets himself at least a chance in the series, showing some life. They got 2 minutes left in this game 5 to, get up on this series, and really, that would be such a turnaround, being down 2-0 in the series and having a little bit of a, best of 5 reverse sweep, as best of 7, but Callister does not care about having any of that. He just has no nonsense, finds the back of the net immediately, and just 3 goals in 2 minutes. It's possible. Atlas are still fighting. They have signs of life, but they're gonna really have to work for it, especially, after working so hard to, get a goal of their own. They got to find 3 more.
As Cal, obviously, his name's in the record books a lot, has been a part of this league since the beginning, season number 1, as he has 4 goals in this game, all 4 for the Duluth Superiors on 7 shots. Not approaching the shot record in a game, but could be approaching the goal record in a game for by a player in all of the MCSs. Nate will get the Atlas one back, as it is 4-2. About 90 seconds. Psalms, they're trying to keep this one alive, trying to make it close.
Yeah, we've seen them score 2 goals in 90 seconds, just last game, the start of last game. Why not the end of the next game? They're going to want to, clean up this kickoff. I want to see what they do here. It does end up in Nutmeg's hand. He just get a shot on net. It's just not quite strong enough, just not quite have the, the punch it needed. And it's going to be precious seconds off the clock that they need. Yeah. Bob, it does get demoed. Nutmeg trying to find the center of the goal here. Namesmake trying to disrupt the play. Just outplayed one. Nutmeg trying to snipe the inside of the post right there, but just couldn't quite find it. Bob clears out the ball. Going to find maybe a teammate. Going to be a little bit awkward here. Callister just managed to push it over to the wall. Only a minute left. They need 2. Can they find one on this offensive drive?
As maybe they can get one done here. As 45 seconds left to go. Callister towards net. Mikey has to make the clear and does, but he's going to give it right to Bob. Bob should have a 50 on this. No, Nate does win it. DJ's kind of out of position, but chooses to use as much space of the field, and that's what Duluth are doing so well. This one's going to be off. Bob can't get it on target. Cal open net. Game 5 is in Duluth's grasp, and I'm having a feeling if they don't fall on their face and drop it, they're likely going to be up 3-2.
That would be quite the fall if they manage to lose this one. We have not seen, I don't think 2 goals in 30 seconds, let alone 3. And they have been the ones in control of the kickoffs as well. So that, of course, is just going to solve so much time. I mean, there comes more. DJ just going to pile on the pressure. They are completely fine with just keeping it in this orange half. Callister slowing it down so much. I mean, they don't even need to really commit here. DJ does get 1 shot towards net, doesn't need a score. And this is going to roll its way on maybe a record pace shot here. Let's see the speed on this one.
And Cal with his 6th goal of this game does come up on the record, but is technically tied for 3rd, is not the record. The record for goals in a game by a single player is 7, and that was set way back in season 4. And I don't think we'll that one tough to break, but I'll tell you about a Callister stat after this game is done. But game number 5 firmly in Duluth's hands. They will win this one. And they're 1 game away from moving on and knocking the Atlas out of the bracket.
Oh my goodness, that stat line is ridiculous. In regulation, dropping nearly 1,100 points. You do not see that very often.
Yeah.
That is just such a dominant performance from Callister. 6 goals, like you said, tied 3rd for the overall goal record. That is just an outstanding performance in this game 5, where it looked like they might have been falling asleep in the series, but they wake up at the perfect time and drop 6 like it's nothing.
Yeah, but Callister, I did say I would leave you with a Callister stat. Callister does hold the assists record in a single game by all of MCS. That was set way back in season number 2. And he set the assist record at 6 by a player, and that has not been touched since season 7, and I don't see it happening again. But I don't know what to think here, because, I mean, this is a series that we're getting down to it. Game number 6 is on the horizon.
Look at that. No timeout.
Yeah.
They don't think they need it, you know? Fair enough. They're just going to go into this last game. It is match point for the Superiors now, and Atlas feel confident enough in their game to, fight back and get the win here. They are on series life now. This is tournament life. They don't have a choice. They have to win. Bob trying to snuff out the last of the life that they have. Calster going up in the air. Let's see if he can, continue his hot streak of goals. Let's get shut down this time by Mikey. Mikey has Bob get intercepts, though. Bob is trying to find it through Nutmeg, but Nutmeg does a great job just staying solid on the wall. Solid 50s all around. Bob is trying to run disruption, but does get shut down. Atlas here have pretty low boost, but Nate does find that full boost and just going to escort it to his corner. And, opting to keep it safe, also finds that corner boost. And, offense has been a little slow this game. Not much has been happening quite yet, but they're looking to get into things in this game 6.
Yeah, and I will say Calster's 1,094 points in that last game does not even come close to the record for points in a game. Obviously, was in regulation, so it's really, really hard to set a record like that in regulation. Psalms, like you said, I mean, having a damn near 1,100 points in regulation is ridiculous. As Atlas really having to do some defending here. Calster, great first touch, but he does dead flip on it and not able to get anything to go. Mikey's touch does get away from him. Calster going to turn around on this. Does have the shot, hits the bar, but I mean, from my angle, didn't look like it was going to go in. As Nutmeg will hit that one to the side. Does get over DJ. Bob on the catch. Bob has been quiet. I will say that. Calster has stepped up huge, but Bob has been quiet after, since that second and first game. Played really well to open the series and then kind of has slowed down, but I mean, shout out both of his teammates for picking up the slack here, Zoms.
Yeah, I do want to see more from him, but if you have Calster dropping 1,100 points, you could just continue.
Exactly. I mean, he fits snug in the backpack, I will say.
Very compact, very cute in the backpack, and that's what you need sometimes. And ball's flying towards their goal. Bob might need to make a touch here. It's quite awkward. Does leave it for Calster. Bob just getting behind this one. Finds Calster again. And Bob is just opting to, pass this out to mid. Nutmeg is going to shut that down almost immediately, looking for maybe a crazy bit of a double tap. Mikey has a chance here. Also throws it off the backboard. Calster maybe gets bumped up by Nate. Couldn't quite see that one. Bob opts to throw it up again. Bob is just playing a lot of boomer ball right now. And I'd love to see him keep the ball a little closer to him because I know he has that high pop-off potential we're all used to seeing.
Yeah, and looking back on this series, if you're the Atlas, you rattled off 2 of the middle games, which is really what you want to win if you're looking to win a best of 7. Not necessarily, the second game or the first, but you're winning the middle games and then you're carrying that momentum later on in the series. They have not been able to do that since that game 5. That game 5 really got away from them, and Duluth really just came out hot in it and put them to bed. Not really just extinguished any opportunity for Winnipeg to get on the board. Maybe there's one here as 0-0 and plenty of time for both teams to get going here, Psalms. It's really just a golden goal game to me.
Yeah, it seems like next goal might just win it. DJ trying to be the one to lead the charge here. It's a little bit awkward. We're going to leave it for Calster. Calster gets a nice strike, but it's shut down by Mikey. It's a commit, though. Bob just opting to kill the ball in the corner and feeds it off to DJ. DJ. Bob is on, he's waiting on that mid boost for a little bit and just never spawned for him. That's, hard to look at. And Bob just finds some more boost back here and is trying to get involved here. Just maybe opt to leave it for his teammate. A little bit of a double commit. Maybe nerves are coming out now. This is the worst time nerves can come out. You got to clean it up right now because this, the tournament life is on the line. You cannot afford to give up for a single second. And this one might just fly all the way down the field. It's going to be a little bit wide. DJ might feel a little blessed right now, and they are just trying to find a spear point in this series.
Yeah. 1 minute, less than 1 minute now, 50 seconds. Bob on the counterattack. On the catch, looking to go infield. Nutmeg just decides not to go and banks on Bob giving up the ball. That's exactly what happens. The ball turns midfield. Neither of the Duluth Superiors players are ready for it, but maybe we'll see what happens. Mikey, the dunk on the ceiling. And Atlas are 35 seconds away from forcing game 7.
Mikey out of absolutely nowhere, literally from the stratosphere, comes down and strikes, and just immediately, it's just a missile straight to the goal. There's nothing they can do about it. And last 30 seconds here, the Superiors need to fight back unless they want to see Champions Field. Maya's Nate opts to just get this one away. He does have a little bit of a backflip going for the dunk. That's going to be a bit of an overcommit. Bob is looking for a crazy bump, but Nutmeg just stays calm. Calster forcing it into the corner. DJ does find an outplay. Nate is easily able to keep this one. He opts to just boom it away. He doesn't want anything to do with it. Maybe looking for a finisher, but he just does get canceled out. DJ looking for just getting it down the field. Gets shut down once more. Bob throws it up for Callister. That's two players. Mikey does a great job to shutting it down. Mikey really shining in this last game. They're happy just to let it kill in the course.
Oh my.
And we're going to Champions Field. Atlas have forced this.
As I mean, what can you do? At the end of the day, if you are the Atlas, you made this game as close as possible. I mean, Duluth goes from 6 goals to being literally kept off the scoreboard, and that does not happen often. But I mean, we're gonna go to Game 7. I actually honestly can't believe this. I don't know how the Duluth Superiors go from scoring 6 goals to scoring none. And really, that's going to be the bane of their existence for this game. Is what happened? What is the inconsistency here, Zoms, is what I'm looking at.
Well, last game, I'm seeing about 1,000 points less from Calster this game.
I guess that would help.
But you can't put it on Calster, like only Calster. There was a lot of boomer ball coming out, not just from the Superiors, from the Atlas as well, but the Atlas were the ones able to capitalize on that and get a massive dunk in the midfield from Mikey. But we need to see a more compact play, more, they were really striving when they were fighting each other in the midfield, when one was going up for a solo play and, someone else was following it up, and there was just some team play synergy. And this game has just been a lot of just booming it down the field and hoping a misplay happens, but the misplays have been cleaned up for the most part, and it looks like Atlas are going into this last game with a bit of momentum.
Yeah. We'll see what we get here as the Atlas looking to maybe take this game number 7 right off the kickoff. A little bit of chance that goes the way of the Superiors there as that one hits the crossbar, doesn't find its way in. Zoms, who scores first? That's the biggest thing for me. Is I really think whoever scores first here wins this series. Obviously, Game 6 came down to 1 goal, but Game 7 could come down to 1 goal as well.
Yeah, and I really, I'm looking at some of the superstars here to just be the spearhead for their offense. The offense has kind of died down a little bit. Nate is fighting his way through 2 players, but Bob staying stoic on the goal line, able to push that one away. Mikey getting a little bit of play in the midfield, leaves it for the teammate. It's a nice shot, but it's Bob again to keep it wide. It's going, netward again. DJ just keeping it close, trying to get a 50. Nutmeg finds it under him. Calster turning on a dime here. Does not get the ball, but finds the bump. Bob offloading to DJ. DJ getting shut down by Nutmeg immediately. Calster is on his own backboard trying to air dribble this out. It's a little bit risky. It does fly high right in front of their own goal, which might result in a goal. It does not bounce in, but just barely find its way out. Nate maybe had a bit of a clear on his own ball, but trying to make some magic happen. And finally, the Superiors find their way out of their half.
And looking on into the other matches, Rochester and Brainerd currently in a Game 7. That one being updated as I'm talking right now. And a couple other matches have finished out. And a couple of upsets is what I will say happen off stream. So we'll update the scores for you guys when we get out of this one. But Game 7 so far, nobody scores in the first minute 57. I guess you could say minute 53 now, or whatever. As 2 minutes in, Zoms, we're really, I'm telling you, golden goal is knocking at the door here. We're looking for that as Mikey into his own corner. He does miss the corner boost. Calster looking infield, finds DJ, offloads as Calster and Bob have to figure out who's going to go for the ball here. Running interference on that back line was Mikey. The 50 comes out. Nate is there, and they'll score the first goal. Atlas maybe have made their way back.
It was Mikey running interference, which put Bob in such a poor position. He just dove at it with absolutely no intent of, he just wanted to get the ball away. He was panicking a little bit, and that's what disruption can do. Disruption causes chaos, and chaos leads to goals. Atlas will happily get that golden goal in this last game. Game 7, the first goal might just be the last, and that's 2 demos. Superiors, oh my gosh, the last guy's getting faked. It's going for a doomsday dish. DJ does, find a way to keep it off his goal line here. Calster trying to find a way out. They need a goal. DJ getting dunked by Nate. Bob is left in a corner. Off to boom it over. There's 2 people pre-jumping. It's going to be a 3v1. Mikey's in a terrible spot. He's on the post. He's getting tripped up. Calster has a completely open net. What happened to the entirety of the Atlas defense? 2 pre-jumpers going high, and someone stuck on the post.
That is a huge win for the Duluth Superiors as they're able to get on the board. And I don't know what happened there at the end. Everything just kind of broke down for me in my eyes. Soms as that 50 goes off the backboard. Nutmeg looking for another touch. DJ tries to get him around Mikey and nearly does. Mikey was last man. Nate is just causing chaos on the back line of the Superiors as nobody's able to really make contact. Calster pops it up. Looking for a flip reset. That one will drop down. Nate does cut it out. No boost, though, as Nightmeg does have boost. As he'll go for maybe a flip reset. Does get over the top. Cal uses the inside of his post to make that save. 90 seconds, Soms. And neither team willing to give an inch.
That was so close to just being a goal, but Calster finds heroics off his own post. That was completely insane. DJ trying to start some attack here. Calster lets the ball get a little away from him, but Nutmeg maybe flips a bit prematurely and is trying to find a way into this series as well. Nutmeg has been sleeping a little bit this game, but it finds underneath him. DJ could not quite find the goal there. It's going on to the Atlas's backboard. Calster is there waiting. Outplays one, bumps another. It's a completely open net for DJ to put them in the lead. This was an astounding play from Calster. He might not be the one getting the goal, but he's the one that deserves all the credit.
As a huge play from Cal will put the Atlas down now by 1 and put the Superiors up in game 7. A minute to go off the kickoff. The Atlas do win it. Mikey on the catch. We'll look for the bump. Nobody's there, though, for him to remove from the field. All of the Superiors players had rotated out. Cal finds Bob on the outlet. He does put it towards the net. Nate has no boost, but is able to miraculously make that save. Mikey, they'll pop it up for him, but Calster cuts out the midfield. 30 seconds now. As into that corner, Nutmeg. What can he get for the Atlas as he's dunked? Made its Nate no boost. Mikey's the only one with really any, and he's got about 20. As that's all he's going to be able to do. Nobody there for the Atlas right away. As Nutmeg does win that 50, but loses the corner boost. As DJ kind of catches Mikey on the outlet. 15 seconds left, Soms. Time is whisking away for the Atlas.
They need to find it right here. This is maybe their last chance. Mikey finds Nutmeg, but it just goes wide. He almost found the corner. All 3 players on the attack were just out of position by Nate. It just goes wide again on the attack, and that's game. Superiors edge out the victory, but it was so close from the Atlas. They had it right there. They were on the goal. They just missed their last chance of the game. The problems from the start of the series haunt them in game 7, and it's the Superiors who walk away with the series and maybe feeling a bit blessed because that was, nail biting to the very last second.
Yeah. I predicted Duluth in 6. They get it done in 7. So I guess you could say my prediction is still safe. But
yeah, we had the same prediction. Hey, let's not throw me in there,
yeah, I'm telling you, for sure.
I should have said 7.
I should have said 7 as well. I feel like an idiot now.
I mean,
oh man,
you have to give props to Atlas though. They really, they were down in that series and they found a way to fight back and bring it all the way to 7. It really, going into that game 3, I really thought that, all the momentum was in the Superiors' hands, and it really looked like they were just going to be able to, get this one done and over quickly. And Atlas doing an incredible job to fight back and bring this all the way to 7. And just what an amazing series to start off tonight.
Yeah, for sure. As we'll take a look back at the series highlights of the best of 7. I mean, it was Duluth that They rattled off the first 2 games, and they looked convincingly to be the winners. Then into that game, number 3, the Alice really turned things around and were able to make things close, Psalms. But the first 2 games were dominated by the Superiors. They really were the difference. Obviously, a couple of 50s went their way, but that second game, you're seeing it right now. They put up more than enough to win. As obviously, game number 5 was dominated by Calster, had 6 goals himself. But Psalms, for me, the impact players were DJ and Calster the whole time, finding each other in the midfield and using each other off the backboard. They were able to put, the shots away is what the difference was for me. And it's the reason why they win this series in 7.
Yeah, for the Superiors, they were definitely superstars. I do want to shout out Mate Snake. He really, once again,
too. I think everybody played well. I think everybody really did. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm just saying for me personally. I saw him last week too, and this week as well. He really did shine. Just in that closing series, like that closing moments, came up just a little bit short. But you cannot feel bad. Superiors were just playing incredible Rocket League today. Like you said, DJ. Look at that insane double tap. He just really was popping off. And there's not more you can say about Calster getting 6 goals and 1,100 points in regulation. Really, yeah. And Bob, fitting in nicely, just doing what he had to do. He was just the glove that the team needed.
The glue.
He was just always there. The glue, yeah, the glue. He's just keeping the team together. Really, just staying flexible enough to. Make sure the team always had that player whether it was first man, second man, or third man. Bob was always there to fill the cracks. And
yeah, I agree.
A really well-rounded team, and I can see the Superiors team having a really good run.
I agree, and I'm just filling in the scores. Obviously, Zoms will keep the replays up for now, so everybody can kind of recap on who won. But getting a lot of the scores in, I'll have the bracket for you guys after the break. But waiting on, I think, one series, and it is the Green Bay Knights and Chicago Jungle. Those two, obviously, one of those two playing in the next series. So we kind of, I think, Zoms have to wait for them to finish. Otherwise, we'll be jumping the gun. But regardless, yeah. I think if you're the Alice, you don't take this one, to heart too much, because honestly, you played about as well as I think you could want to. And I think if you're the Alice, it's the 8 versus the 9. Put it this way, it's a coin toss, and that's why it's supposed to be on stream. It delivered, and when it's a coin toss, there's really, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But when it's not a coin toss, and certain teams that aren't supposed to win, then that's when if you're the higher seed and you're losing, that's when you really need to make a change, because we're in the most important part of the season. We're in the part of the season where mistakes like this in the big tournaments that are worth the big points. Obviously, when you win series during the week, you're getting points then, Zoms, but it's important for sure for you to get these series done. But I think the Chicago series is coming in right now. I think the score is coming in right now, and indeed it is. We'll have that score for you when it comes up. But that one also went to 7. So round 1 delivering for sure for this night. And I actually have to check here as to see how many game 7s we have. But our next match is set, and I'm working on getting it updated currently. But Zoms, obviously, Duluth moving on to play in the quarterfinals, and they have a tall task, obviously, because they're on the top side of the bracket where a lot of the higher seeded teams are. What do you think if you're in Calster, Bob's DJ's position here? What do you think you have to do to move on this tournament to maybe win and get to the semifinals?
Obviously, you're not gonna be able to make any serious, massive changes in 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Just stay cool, stay composed. Take this time when you're not playing to rest. get some water, like just chill out, calm the nerves, because a lot of times, the difference makers in these, long tournaments is who is more prepared to go and play Rocket League for 3 to 4 hours at a time.
Exactly.
Can you withstand? It is a marathon, and if you can't, run the whole race, you're gonna get gassed out.
You're gonna fall flat on your face, pretty much,
you're
right?
Fall flat, and the teams who aren't prepared and are ready are just gonna run right through you, and you got to be prepared. So
for sure.
Just keep yourself motivated. Always just keep pushing forward, and even if you have a bad game, you just have to mentally stay strong.
For sure.
And I think that applies for every team. I don't think that's just a Duluth thing. Maybe I was a little bit too broad, but
I think you're doing well. I think you're correct, honestly. But
yeah.
As I think I've got everything ready, Zoms. We'll throw it back over to us to throw it to a break. But thank you so much for joining us, guys, for this first series. It was absolutely a blast. To cast a game 7 like that is just so much fun. But we had 1, 2, 3, and technically 4 game 7s in this series, or in this first round. So
half of the games.
Yeah. And
oh my,
I mean that's a lot of game 7s, but our next series is going to surprise you for sure. On the schedule, these are 2 teams that made absolutely huge upsets. As looking at our schedule, the Chicago Jungle and the St. Paul Senators is our next series. That is quarterfinal number 4. The Chicago Jungle are the number 11 seed, and the St. Paul Senators are the number 14 seed. And the Senators took out the number 3 seeded Fargo Seahawks, and the Jungle took out the Green Bay Knights, the 6th seed. This is going to be a good series, Soms, as that one will come up, and then we'll have our semifinal after. But I mean, I'll show you the bracket after the break, but Zoms, anything you got before we move on to this next series?
I just looked at the bracket, and there was that is just a ridiculous looking bracket. There is not a single person who predicted in this correctly, and that is what is so fun about Major. Major Day, it's payday, and some teams are getting paid right now, and oh my goodness, that is going to be a banger matchup. I just cannot wait for it.
I can't wait for it either. Coming up next, Jungle and Atlas. I screwed it up again. Guys, the sizing's not right. There you go. Now it's right. Jungle and Atlas are going to play, and it's going to be fun when we return. Jungle and Senators, not the Atlas. Why am I saying the Atlas? Jungle and Senators coming up after the break. Maybe we'll see another game 7. Maybe we won't. Stay tuned, and you'll get to find out.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in no war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a war just every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Stay alive. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Just stay alive.
Hello, hello, MCS. We are back with the Challenger, Major 1. We're going into the quarterfinals here after a hectic, top 16 or, the 16th first round. Just a crazy, round that we had a bunch of exciting game 7s, game 6s, and no sweeps. And we find ourselves in the quarterfinals with the Jungle and the Senators. This is going to be a crazy match. Now, I'm joined by McMaster. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic and quite frankly stunned at what we've seen up until this point in time. Only 5 of the 8 matchups were won by the better seed in terms of standings, that being the 1 seed Omaha Buffalo, 2 seed Rochester Rhythm, and 5 seed Minneapolis Miracles. Other than that, it has been upsets up and down the bracket, and in dramatic fashion too. 4 best of 7s covering half of the matchups that we saw. Closest thing to a sweep was 1-4-1. The rest were decided in 6 or 7. So assuming the rest of that can continue on here, we are in for a fantastic night of Rocket League, my man.
Yeah, and there's nothing short of excitement. Looks like these cats are just about ready to go. But before that, we're actually going to look at the bracket real quick just to see some of that excitement. And, moving on into the quarters, we got the Buffalo up top meeting the Duluth. They're going to be playing right now. We got the Derecho and the Miracles. We got the Rhythm meeting the Bemidji, and all the way down to the bottom, this is the game that we're going to be watching. It's going to be the Senators matching up against the Jungle. And we're going to see, one more round, we're going to be into our top 4. And usually our top 4, those are teams that we're expecting to see at LAN. Those are easily LAN contenders. And going into the going into the finals, we'll, see a little bit more of that. But right now, we're going to focus more on the Senators and the Jungles. And this is going to get hot. This is 2 teams that we really almost didn't expect to see here. The Chicago, the 11th seed, who were playing Green Bay, who looked extremely fiery, and the St. Paul Senators, who had to go up against the Fargo Seahawks, the 3 seed. And these 2 teams are looking to make their way to the top 4. And right before we start the game, they are hopping in right now. We're going to do a quick prediction. Are you leaning one way or the other?
Oh gosh, I have no idea, but ultimately, I think the one thing I mainly want to look at is which upset was a little bit more, I guess, impressive. And when you look at the ranks in particular, St. Paul Senators knocking off the Fargo Seahawks in 6 nonetheless seems to be more impressive for me. I'm going to be taking the 14 seed for this one. I mean, it really is anyone's ball game no matter what. I'm just happy we get to see a double-digit seed qualifying for top 4 in the first major, really just going to show that any team can walk away with a ton of points here this evening.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad prediction, but I'm gonna disagree with you here. I'm going with the Jungle. I'm going with Mango. I'm going with ISO, and last but not least, Mini Naquan. I think this is an absolutely terrifying team that, they just recently picked up Mango, who's already shown to be an absolute menace on the field here. And getting into this one, no goals yet, but lots of pressure from the Senators, trying to find the back of the net here. B-More putting on the pressure. Blakester just finding a way into this corner, but kind of fizzles out into nothing. Mango's finding a way out here. Maybe going to go for a solo play. Just going to find the back of the net. Be more easily able to keep that one away. And, we're starting off hot in this first game.
Yeah, back and forth. Both teams just trying to feel out each other right now, figure out what exactly is going on, what holes they can try to exploit as Mango and ISO have a little bit of an unfortunate double commit. The pass is right towards B-More off the backboard. No, that one's straight on target. It finds the bottom right corner. Senators finding their stride early.
I could have swore this was going to be a safe position, but B-More found the absolute bottom right of that net, finds his way through a couple defenders, but does find himself the first goal of this series. And, the first goal, taking that first step in the series, is always an important one. It's the hardest step to make, and B-More trying to double up their lead early here. Does get shut down by ISO. ISO just trying to find his way into this game. Mango just opts to clear the ball, but it's going to find his way into the hands of B-More. B-More just going to pop it up. But it's going to be Mini Naquan to, find his way back. It's just a little bit of ping-pong in the midfield here. ISO trying to find a way through, but it's Uncle Stan to actually break through the ice and find his way through. 2 defenders, going to pinch it to the mid, but easily kept away. Does find a demo, though. Blakester does go high, and it's going to be caught in open net. ISO is getting bullied off the ball, and it gives time for B-More to get back and keep that one safe.
Great physical plays, able to keep away what should have been a free transition goal on the side of Jungle, hoping to tie up the ball game, but they still find themselves down in an early deficit. Mango and Mini not exactly knowing who's going to go for that ball, and in the end, they're able to get it clear as Blakester turns back around to it, has a bit of boost to work with, can't pop it over the top of Mini. It's popped up high, ISO in the air, shooting over towards net. B-More with the routine save, keeping it high and away, but Mango's going to crash it and try taking a shot. He chooses to reposition and elect to take a pass towards the backboard. Blakester, light touch, Mini bumped far off the ball, and Blakester's going to be able to take away the ball.
Yeah, lots of, we're getting into that grimy gameplay that I love seeing, just 50-50, then a immediate challenge. This time, Blakester does go missing. Mango might have a bit of an open net. B-More just barely gets back from the flick. Also does a very poor job, kind of just finds his way into an offender's hand, but the shot was not good enough. ISO trying to make some magic off the ceiling here. Gets shut down immediately by Uncle Stan. Love to see that defense just being so high octane. ISO almost has an insane redirect off the post. Does just go wide, and Mango, the follow-up was not quite good enough. B-More staying just solid behind the ball, flicks it over one. Mini opts to throw it into the corner. Uncle's just trying to find a read, just go missing. Maybe gets a chance. The Jungle is trying to find an opportunity. The shot is just not good enough, and that's been the story so far. Jungle are getting their chances, but the shots have been lacking.
Yeah, the accuracy is not that at which that they've desired up until this point. You would think after knocking off a better seed that the pressure would at least be a little bit off. Maybe nerves would have calmed down, but so far this has just been Senators' ball game. They had the early goal from Beemore, which was an absolutely ridiculous angle. I called it a pass inaccurately earlier on, and ever since then, the defense has shown to be extremely strong. Sometimes offense even being their best defense, just maintaining possession and keeping the ball in the blue half as long as they can as the seconds trickle away. Blakestar's going to have an easy save on the goal line as ISO doesn't have the touch. Mini has to crash in and does so successfully. Not much boost in the tank, but still wins the challenge up high. Mango shot towards net. Beemore again, another save. We're approaching the 60-second mark, and regardless of Jungle's possession adding up more and more, the Senators have been able to hold strong.
The defense has been so stoic, but this might be a chance. Mini having a bit of a 1v3 opts to take the boost instead of getting the ball moving quickly. Mango's trying to pre-jump it. It's a little bit zany. Beemore finds a way out again. The defense is just holding so strong, and even though the Senators are so low on boost and are, really quite cramped on defense, they're finding ways, they're finding cracks in the attack and are abusing it, and maybe Blakes are just trying to attack. They don't even care about the attack. He's just giving the ball right away. They're so confident on defense. They just need to stall for 30 more seconds here. Uncle Stan maybe finding a bit of an open net. Does go missing. Is that going to cost them going into the last 30 seconds here? The Mango trying to find some offense. It's going to be into the corner, but nothing quite yet.
Senators again just playing as safe as they can, staying close, trying to 50 every ball. They don't want to give up any passing lanes, and Jungle have been able to try to create some opportunities, but they really don't have much time remaining. Final 10 seconds. ISO's going to go up with it. He's bumped off the ball. Blakester has an early challenge, but Mini's waiting in the wings. Down to Mango. Shot towards net. Not quite on target once again. Story of the game. Once again coming back to bite Jungle. ISO's going to try to keep it alive, and they're going to have to do it in the air, but they cannot keep the ball up. Senators walk away with a very slim win.
And that really looked like their absolute best chance of the entire series. It basically complete open net, and Mango just couldn't find the right part of the ball and bangs it out. And it's just, what an absolute insane performance for the Senators. Coming off of game one, they got a whopping 10 saves between Beemore and Blakester, just being the wall that the Senators needed. And they seemed pretty comfortable in the defensive positions for the most of this game.
Yeah, that's an absolutely outrageous stat line. They were outshot a total of 11-6, 10 saves, as you had mentioned, 6 being to Beemore, both the only goal scorer and the double savior coming through. Outrageous showing from Senators, but the only question is, are they going to be able to hold? Jungle did cost themselves a couple of opportunities with some minor inaccuracies that led to some major issues along the way. And ultimately, if Jungle can iron those out, I could see it going back the other way. But Senators' defense has been extraordinarily strong. They're looking to carry that momentum here to game 2.
Yep, Jungle just warming up into this series. They go down, but lots of time left. It's a best of 7. They've been here before. They went the full distance in the previous series against Green Bay. They are, they're not surprised to lose the game. Losing a game, you're going to lose games in Rocket League. It's just how quickly can you recover and rebound. And right now they're trying to, get out of their, the defensive half here. They can't score goals when you're on defense. Jungle trying to keep the ball close. Mango gets a soft touch out to mid. Mango might have a chance here, finding the top right of the net, but it just goes wide again, and the accuracy has been a poison.
Yeah, it's been a little bit challenging to take in. I'm a little surprised, especially knowing just that just the upset that both teams were able to pull off. Seeing Jungle struggle offensively in terms of their shot and accuracies has been a little bit weird to see, if you will. I'm hoping for their sake they can honestly turn it back around, but they're going to have to change it quick. They cannot afford to go down 2, not to a team that has all the confidence in the world like Senators, not after they knocked off a 3 seed. So they got to start getting something back early. And honestly, it'd probably be best for them to get the first goal of this game, just to be able to build back that confidence. And maybe from there, the wall will fall as Mango is able to take it over towards the backboard. Mini is up high, pitches it across the net. ISO is going to turn around for it. Excuse me, extra touch towards the back wall. Cleared out wide by Uncle Stan, pinched up high. Blakester has a follow. Uncle Stan will end up 15. Mango, and again, Jungle have to reset in their own half.
Yep, and Beemore just trying to take control here off the backboard. Maybe looking for the double. Couldn't quite find it. Blakester is shut away by Mango. Mango pressing the attack. He's going into the corner. This might be a solid chance here. ISO's leading at the charge for the double, but the ball just shoots out, and no one's going to be there to shoot it. The offense has been they've been on this offensive half for so long and so often, but just nothing comes of it. Mango trying to change the story. Could not find it this time. ISO banging up the corner. Mini might have a chance here off the backboard. Goes high, does double it, but B-More can easily just take control of this and dribble it all the way back to the orange half. But ISO does a good job of keeping it right here. ISO looking for maybe one more 50. It's going to find its way all the way back to the goal line. Mango looking for a high and flying air dribble. It's going to be off the backboard. The defender does go missing for the first time in the game. And Mini, oh my God, another defender goes missing, but the shot was just too high this time. Once again, the accuracy is striking. And it just needs to go through. They just need to find it inside the goal. And if they can do that, they might be up like 30-0 at this point.
I think one of the challenges right now is, you're obviously having these inaccuracies, and it keeps to be fair, the scoreline is still 0-0. The defense hasn't fallen or anything like that. But the real question is this going to affect their mental? Because you would think at some point it has to come back to haunt them a little bit. They start thinking to themselves, why are we missing so much? The defense didn't have a touch. Why aren't we able to capitalize? That's going to start getting to their head, and they can't allow that to happen. They have to keep the pressure on. They have to keep creating these quality opportunities that they've been able to so far, as B-More is trying to change the tide once again, create a possession for his team. But it's Mini up high with boost in the tank. Dribble over towards Mango at the midfield. Now towards the backboard. Is there a follow-up shot? No, B-More again has an extra touch. And while the passing plays are available, again, it's just the shot inaccuracies on the side of Jungle that are costing them up until this point in time.
They might be able to turn this around. They have this is looking like a golden goal game, like Stewie mentioned before. One goal might just be the deciding factor. This one, usually when you go 3 minutes of gameplay without seeing a goal, you start getting nervous. Everyone starts tensing up a bit. You don't want to be the one person to miss or overextend or be the reason why you get scored on. B-More trying to be the reason why they are scoring. Finding Uncle Stan in the middle, looking for a great demo. The bump was insane, but ISO recognized it and immediately covered the shot. ISO trying to find Mini and Mid. They're all here, all so tightly packed. This may be a dangerous position. Mango is on the backboard. It's going to be a low shot and a 50. ISO deals with it so well. In fact, Mango's actually going to find a demo here, but bumps Uncle Stan back onto the ball, giving him one more ball touch. ISO trying to be the hero. Air dribbling it over one. It's going to bounce high. Mini might have a chance here. Just really hard to find a way through there. Blakester, no boost, but is just being a pest on the ball. Finds it past one. They do find their corner boost, but this has to be an offensive chance soon. They need a score soon.
That is absolutely correct. I mean, 45 seconds left. This could go to a 0-0 OT, and then we could have another 1-0 game. I don't think either team wants that right now, as the boost reserves are starting to get a little low for centers. This could be a really great opportunity to capitalize, but Uncle Stan, again, with another physical play, bumping the player into a full clear. Blaster's looking for bumps as well. This might honestly just be the full game plan from centers. Remove players from the field of play or from their position, and honestly, I could see Jungle possibly capitalizing on opportunities of their own if they start to implement that too. Shot's going to go towards net. Uncle Stan searching for demos, as is Blakester. One player's removed from the field of play. Mango has an extra touch over towards midfield. Final 13 seconds. Both teams still looking for their first. It's been an incredibly defensive game. Unsure who's going to take it as we approach these final seconds. Mango has a reset. Extra pinch towards the corner. B-More now on the dribble. It's going to have to be done in the air. Mini does not keep it up. We see OT here in game 2.
And it's been Jungle who have gone 10 minutes without scoring. They need to get going soon. That just is mentally so painful. And just, personally, if I go one game without scoring, I'm feeling it. These guys have gone not just one game, not just 2 games, but they're going into overtime and yet to find the back of the net. Now, they're trying to change that. Mango just trying to find maybe a demo here. One does go missing, but it does redirect off the top of his head. Flying over here into the corner. Mini Naquan trying to just start an air dribble. Fakes out one. B-More does go missing. That's 2 defenders. Blakester does commit his last. It's going to pay off, though, because the offense just could not get rolling fast enough. Jungle are in the offensive corner, but they just the attack fizzles out immediately, and it might be a bit of a counterattack, but no, it's shut down in the midfield again.
That's going to be more trying to create something, trying to be the spark that ignites the Senators' offense. He can't create anything at this moment. It's sent back towards midfield. Mango's touch is light, has a little extra boost and gets an extra touch over the last defender, but now he's got nothing left in the tank. B-More's going to play patient, and as Blakester also retreats, they're simply going to keep the ball in the corner. It's smart defense on the side of Senators. As much as we can talk about and really punctuate the small inaccuracies coming through on the side of Jungle, we do have to talk about how strong the Senators' defense has been. It's been very safe. It's been cautious. They've been playing everything wisely, taking low 50s like Blakester there. there and just making sure the ball is in a playable position for them. It's worked up until this point in time. Now all they need is to convert it into offense. Blakester is trying to be the one who does that. His center's out. Uncle Stan has a shot, tries taking it low underneath ISO, but ISO is able to 50 away, and now Mini on the breakout opportunity. Over the top of B Moore. Uncle Stan has the extra touch to shut down the offense, and Blakester can't 50 it away from ISO. Shot from Mango, not on target. Uncle Stan will take it up towards the sidewall and clear it up high.
That was almost like just a chance out of nowhere. Blakester maybe trying to find a counterattack here, but just ISO kept it away. B Moore shutting it down immediately. Just wants to keep the pressure on. Uncle Stan gets flicked by Mango, but it is a force. Uncle Stan looking for almost an insane redirect. Does find the corner instead of the goal. Mini trying to maybe find a way out of his half here. Does get bumped off the ball, finding a teammate. Blakester's going to strike, but it's just a pot shot in the end. ISO does a good job following it up as well. This might be a bit of a chance. There's no one home. Can he find the angle? He just decides to leave it for Mini, and Mini strikes incredibly, but it's an insane save off his own post. Blakester the hero. Now another shot. B-More happy to save that away. Mango trying to find a pass. It's going to be Mini, and saved away again. ISO just going to throw it up high. The pressure is building. The boost is getting stolen. Blakester maybe on the counterattack. He has full boost. He's throwing it into the corner. Mini has to play safe, but he just goes missing both people. They didn't realize B-More did not understand that he was going to go missing right there and had a complete open net, but just a little too slow. Uncle Stan trying to keep the pressure here. He's going to get a massive dunk, but ISO does a great job keeping it away. Blakester has a chance. He flicks over one. ISO has to make a miracle save off his own post. It's going to go in. B-More, 3 minutes into overtime, finds the back of the net. ISO is going to feel robbed.
And you can see the players getting excited on their cameras. Centers with some of the most impeccable defense I could have possibly witnessed right there before they're able to have that last offensive possession. And now on the side of Jungle, you have gone 2.5+ games without a single goal. At this point, even with the timeout coming through, what in the world are you saying to your teammates to try to get them back into this game?
Oh man, I'm out of breath. But I mean, I think we didn't see a timeout all last series, and I would really love to see one here. I think just calming down, these are marathons. When you have a chance to take a break, you take the break, but they're already up. They don't care about a break. They just want to get right back into the next one. They feel like they might have got robbed this time. And the defense from the Senators has been holding super, super strong. But no matter how far or how strong the defense is, eventually a goal has to get scored. And Jungle getting shut out for 2 games in a row. They need to find a goal soon. Going into game 3, this needs to be their game.
Absolutely. They don't have any other choice. I mean, the defense of Senators has been outrageously strong. Instead of 10 saves, it was 6 saves in total, but 2 from each player. Everyone's showing up when it mattered the most. But again, they've gone so long without any goals, while Senators, on the other hand, have been able to capitalize and win simple 1-0 games. I mean, it's outrageous to think that Jungle have been unable to break through. What I would like to see from them is honestly remove players from the field of play. I feel like one of the reasons they might have some inaccuracies is right now is that there seems to be 1, if not 2 people in net on every single defensive possession, and they're trying to find the placement that will take it away from said defenders. Remove those defenders from the field of play so you simply put it on towards net and start, again, racking up the shots on target. That needs to be the focus. It doesn't even have to be a high-quality shot. Just test the defense a little bit more. See what you can do from there, and if you can get physical and start moving players, we could see Jungle break through. But on the side of Senators, keep doing what you're doing. Stay locked in, continue playing physical, continue challenging early, play those safe 50s, and just keep playing your style, because as of right now, it is working.
Mango trying to find something special off the backboard. We just need to see one of these star players, be the star player that we know they can be. Mango is the guy I'm looking at to step up for this Jungle team and really just shine. That is 2 players from the Senators that overcommit, and they're not going to get punished for it. The ball kind of just finds a way into a helpless position. Mini finding a great center. ISO needs to find in the back of the net on that one, and it's gonna feel like he missed out on a golden opportunity, while B-More finding Uncle Stan in mid. That's also maybe a chance that went awry. Double demo in the corner. ISO does get outplayed. Mango has to make a scrambling save. He has no boost. Does get bumped out and actually kind of booms the ball away. Mini's Uncle Stan gets a free possession. Gonna try to spiking it down, but Mini doing a great job just keeping it in his corner. If it's in your corner, you can't get scored on. That's their idea here. ISO just trying to keep some pressure, but Uncle Stan's having a great job. Just bring it towards net. Another save. Maybe air dribbling it out this time. Be more jumping up just forces them to really give the ball away so early. And that's one thing that I think the Senators have been doing a great job of, just sending a man forward. And it doesn't matter if you get outplayed, but ISO finally breaks the curse of not scoring. The Jungle find their first lead and their first goal of the series 2 minutes into game 3.
It took almost a combined 3 full games between the 2 first games and overtime for Jungle to get their first. Now the real question is that the first domino to fall? Has the crack in the wall finally been exploited? Is it time for Jungle to start racking it up? That is a question for them to answer. I've seen a couple double commits come through so far for Senators. You know, a little bit odd to see, but they are still playing with pace. They are playing with confidence. And as you said, they're sending a man on everything, making the players from Jungle make decisions. And it's been a good strategy, but finally Jungle were able to break through after so long. This is absolutely the confidence booster they needed as Mango searches for a block onto B-More. He can't quite capitalize this time as ISO now leaves it towards Mini. In the air with boost to work with. Blakester, their first right away. Mango will collect that mid boost as Blakester 50s ISO early. Mango having that boost, will be able to get the full field clear. Uncle Sam's got nothing left. He'll be Mini to challenge, but he doesn't have the touch. He's in search of Mango on the follow. Saved up high by B-More. Follow-up shot from ISO. Actually a pass out towards Mini, but B-More is going to be there first, fake out the defender, and try starting up offense on his own.
Mango just wants to, you know, I'm still looking for Mango to shine here. Mini maybe trying to get it started. ISO just keeping the ball in the play here. Uncle Stan easily just throws it away. A pre-jumping Blakester does get outplayed, but B-More is there to meet him on the backboard. Maybe looking for one more. Mini just forces out the touches. A free ball for ISO, but ISO opts to pass it to Mango. Mango trying to find the backboard. Maybe a third player to finish it up, but ISO just go wide. Maybe it's just a pass to Mango. Mango not quite finding the back of the goal here. B-More just keeping it safe. The Senators' defense is just so structured that maybe I spoke a little bit too soon, but B-More does manage to find that one. And the offense is continued from the Jungle. This is something that we did not see so much. The continued pressure, just building and building. But the Senators are holding strong. Mango trying to maybe find a way through here. He's jumping up for this one. Off the wall. There's no teammate there to meet him. Many opts just throw it off the wall. ISO is fastest one. Looking for a crazy double off the sidewall. And oh my goodness, Mini. I thought he missed, but he knows what he's doing. He doubles it off the post. And there's a 2-goal lead. The Jungle are looking confident in this game 3.
What a disgusting pass from ISO, finding Mini in midfield when Jungle couldn't get any. Now they've got 2. Senators' backs are entirely against the ropes, and as structured as the defense has been, they've had to face shot after shot, possession after possession, passing play after passing play. As strong as they have been, they need to create offense. You can't just sit back without any goals to your name and expect to win. It may have worked a couple of times. I will get, credit to them for that. However, a lot of that could be credited due to the fact that there were a lot of inaccuracies that came through on the side of Jungle, but now it's Senators with inaccuracies of their own. A huge shooting opportunity gone to waste, and now as we approach the 60-second mark, something has to show up for Senators or Jungle are going to be able to claim their first.
Yeah, they got to get it started right here, right now. Blakester's looking to get on offense, but he sees ISO, and he honestly, maybe a little bit of miscommunication with B-More as well. Their structure might be breaking down right now. We've got to see them, not just have structure on defense, but on offense as well. B-More trying to find that way out. They know that they need a goal right here. This might be the last opportunity of the game. It gets away from him, and Mango easily throws it away, and it's all the way back in the offensive corner. Blakester trying to lead the charge, be the spearhead, but it's not breaking through. Uncle Stan trying to find Blakester again, but it's actually going to find the back of their own net. Mango this time finding a goal of his own, and that's each player on the Jungle finding a goal this game, and this time it's a bit of a team. I didn't even notice it was a team pinch. How did I miss that? That was absolutely insane.
It looks like the dominoes are starting to fall in place. 3 now for Jungle. And assuming nothing changes about this scoreline, Jungle will actually be outscoring Senators for this series. Blakester's trying to get something off the pass from Stan, but he cannot do so. It's Mango all the way back downfield. Off the corner, no second touch. B-More now on the clear. Boost to work with. 2 players committing on the side of Jungle, but it is not going to matter. The seconds will trickle down. This is academic from here on out. Jungle are going to claim their first, and now we have ourselves a real series. Jungle's offense has woken up. Senators' offense needs to answer back next game.
Yeah, they found a way through the defense, and if your team is really relying on your defense, not so much your offense, you're only getting 1 goal a game. Usually, that just means that you took your chance and you're happy with it, and that you held strong on defense almost all game, or pretty much all game. Not giving up a single goal in 2 games. But now the Jungle are finding their way through that defense. That means Senators might need to change up their strategy going into this 4th game, because they are up in the series still. They're still 1-2 or 2-1 up in the series, and that might not hold for long if the jungle are going to be commanding the field like they did this game.
Absolutely agree, and I think Jungle's the best part of their defense was their offense that game. They maintained possession seemingly for a vast majority of the game. They were on, they had multiple different possessions, passing plays. The offense looked extremely potent, and the defense really wasn't tested all that much. Only 3 total shots from centers. I believe a couple of those were simply from full clears where someone was able to reset with the ball back in front of their net. Not necessarily a giant opportunity coming through from centers, but they absolutely are going to have to change, considering, only 3 shots compared to the 7 that came through on the side of Jungle. They're going to have to answer back somehow. They can't just sit back. They can't be as patient. I get they're sending someone on the ball, but they're going to have to do much more than that this game. Start looking for passing lanes, start looking for demos, look for some way to be the team that strikes first once again, and it can't just be off a highlight reel, redirect on the side of B-More. It's got to be structured and very what's the word I'm looking for? Excuse me. It's going to have to be very structured, and it's going to be very smart, if you will, wise gameplay that has to come through from the Senators.
Yeah, and Senators, leaving an entire game with only 3 shots on goal, they're going to want to, find more chances. And ISO trying to make some magic happen. He's floating in the air like a wizard. I don't know what that was. He was on his magic broom for a while up there and just find a way, to keep the offense going. ISO just going to bang it back down, but there's going to be a couple of defenders there to just easily able to collect his ball and go stand. It's the one, but he might find the way to their own net. Oh my goodness. It is bouncing off the top left corner of the net. It's a bless that it did not go in. Mango, it's all flying all the way back down the other side of the field. Mango just happy to catch the ball, slow it down, flicks it over 1, keeps it close enough to get the follow-up 2, and actually finds a teammate in the middle, but Mini was not ready for that, and B-More happy to take it to the corner. Mini trying to find a teammate in his mid. Good communication right there. Uncle he maybe goes missing on the sidewall, but Blakester was able to clean it up, just opts to boom it down. Mini's there to meet him. ISO is in the corner trying to find maybe a teammate. Mini's in the middle. Oh my goodness, but there was man-on-man defense there. Mini got tackled.
Yeah, gets off the ball immediately, and ISO looking for an isolation play of his own on the reset. Elects not to use the flip, and Mango tries following it around. It falls over to the lap of Mini. Has the reset. Light touch. B-More is able to get it out wide. Now over towards the sidewall. Little boost left in the tank. Musty pass over towards Uncle Stan. ISO doesn't have the read, but Stan's shot is just off the bar. What a play that would have been. That's what Senators need. They need that confidence to come back. Now instead, they still find themselves in a deadlock here at 0-0. Stan trying to pass it off the backboard. Saved out wide by ISO. Extra touch instead left for Mini. He's got no more boost in the tank, but still beats Blakester the ball. Uncle Stan bringing it all the way back downfield. Mango in the air, cutting it off, leaving around the midfield line. Stan passing infield, but it's going to be ISO to take over once again.
And they're going to be missing that goal. That was almost a wonder goal, but it does go wide. They have to just recollect and continue on. I did like the confidence, though. That means they have faith in their abilities to score goals, and that's what you need. Be more staying solid on the defense here. Mango trying to just take a strike on that. They're just taking pot shots. That's fine. They're going to be draining the boost. They have lots of boost right now, but you never know in about a minute time of consistent pressure, that boost will slowly be drained away, and Mango trying to keep it in. But Blakester excellently actually puts it over Mango, which forces them back on defense. Mango really wants to find a way out of their half here. It's just going to go right into the corner. Mini opts to keep it high. ISO is going to be the first one to meet him. Also just another pop and over to the offensive side. Mini just throws into the corner. Mango does get cut out. It's going to be a bit of a messy defense here, but no one is playing the ball. Mini just gets a free turn on it, and although he doesn't have much of a the offense fizzled out pretty quickly, but the offensive chances from Senators just fizzling away without even sending a man forward. I really want to see them cleaning up some of these silly maybe easily just have someone drive the ball. I mean, it's a silly mistake.
I agree. I think they need to take a couple more risks here. They're going to be fine with having 0-0 up until this point, especially after giving up 3 goals last game. But they're going to have to take risk at some point. That's what is required out of this offense in order to beat the jungle defense. This might be a huge opportunity from Blakester, but Mini is there to clear it away right away as Uncle Stan is nuked into his opposing half. B-More is just waiting on the back line. Doesn't have a touch. Blakester clears it out, but only as far as ISO. He's in search of another double tap. Uncle Stan clearing high and away. B-More now on the follow, blocking it away from Mini. Offensive opportunity coming through right now from the Senators. Mango dealing with it instantly. Able to take it over towards the corner as ISO brings it all the way back downfield. Or only B-More left to beat. Towards the net, 50'd away, but still in a dangerous position. Uncle Stan bumped backwards, still 50's it away from Mini, and gets the extra touch, diverting the ball away from the path of Mango.
And then going into the last minute here, we want to see some insane offense. I mean, this is looking a lot like games 1 and 2, where Senators were able to, edge out that victory, but You know, that I might have spoke too soon. Mini almost finding the back of the Senators' net, and they just, I feel like they need to go to overtime, or they do not want to find themselves in overtime. I feel like every time the Jungle went to overtime, they've ended up, you know, conceding that, like a silly mistake. You know, I want to see them not concede the same way they did in games 1 and 2, or also find themselves in an extremely difficult position, especially coming off, you know, last game they looked so strong. They looked so confident. They're finding ways through the defense super easily almost. And this game, it looks like we just went back in time, you know, back to games 1 and 2, and they're just having such a hard time breaking through this defense. They've had their chances here and there, and maybe less mistakes this time, but B-More might be in a terrible position here. No boost with the striking. Maybe it was a little bit rushed. He's going to take it for ISO. ISO has a bit of a chance on net here, and he's just going to go wide and high this time. The offensive chance, Jungle are going to miss that, but there's still 4 seconds left in this game. Mini is going to have one last chance here off the wall. Every single player in the freaking lobby might as well be up for that one. ISO looking for a chance. He's just going to put it in the dirt, and that's overtime.
I mean, full transparency, I think the overtime benefits Senators right now. Even after that loss, ISO's going to try to make me eat my words immediately. Tries faking out Stan, but is unsuccessful. They won the only other overtime in this game, or of this series. Every single time, it's been a close game as such. They've been able to win 1-0 so far, and so far the offensive inaccuracies have been costing Jungle up until this point. ISO, though, is trying to change the course of action as he pops it up high, looking for an extra touch. Stan and B-More both committed, but Stan has an extra touch to clear it out wide. No more boost. He'll leave it for B-More, who clears all the way downfield. Stan's cheating up, looking for an extra touch around Mango. Blakester on the follow, shot just a bit wide. Mini is going to take a touch as well. Mango collecting the midfield boost in search of a bump. Only B-More left to beat. Shot towards net will float in, and Jungle have knotted us up. We've officially made it a best of 3.
Bang, bang, bang. Jungle just found their chance. I mean, looked like Senators were about to get the lead. It really looked like they're about to score. I mean, almost every single play was on the offensive end right there, and then right as he thought it was over, Jungle just turn it on a dime and find their way down the field and really take basically, I don't want to say their only chance of overtime, but you know, the one chance we saw, and they just immediately convert. And there were pretty much no Senators in goal to defend this time, and the one time we've seen the Senators without someone in the goal, they get scored on this game.
And it's extremely odd to see. I mean, they've been outshot every single game this series, which is quite a weird thing to see, a tied series when one team is just consistently on offense more than the other. But I did at least like from the Senators that they were taking a couple more risks. The musty flick pass off the sidewall was a creative opportunity and something we hadn't seen from Senators up until this point. They play safe, but when is it too safe, honestly enough? And I feel like they may be feeling that pressure right now. Jungle were able to capitalize even off of the inaccuracies that they had throughout the course of this game. They're still able to break through. Senators are going to have to turn it around, start taking more and more risks. It's not something they want to do, but it's something they're going to have to do.
Yeah, and the one time they got super risky that game, like you said, that musty into the double tap nearly. I mean, that was almost a stellar goal that would have put them over the edge. And, you know, we're going in, and honestly, I'm really liking the turnaround from Jungle right here. You know, we've seen 2 games like that just, you know, run away from them, and this time they're the ones able to capitalize in overtime and even up the series.
It's been a big string of improvement as Mini's trying to get the breezy flick, if you will. It's inaccurate at this time, but it's interesting to see, again, tied up series. But the entire time, Jungle has been out shooting Senators. They've had more offensive possessions and now have more goals, 4-2. It's been 4 straight goals on the side of Jungle after that amazing pass. ISO's trying to get a shot. He drops it down for Mango, but no shot is available. And now transition opportunity. Uncle Stan downfield. Mini demoed for his troubles. B-More on the follow. 50 off the corner. Centered out. ISO to clear out wide. All the way down towards Mango, who takes that corner boost and is looking for a pass. Try to center it out. Mini not going to be able to challenge. It's cleared all the way back downfield. It was a good opportunity from Jungle early off the flare and the stylistic pass, but they're unable to convert on it. And now it'll be ISO to bring it on back downfield once again. Both teams still looking for their first.
Yeah, but you know, this time, you know, I'm really hoping to see some high-octane offense early, because every time we're going to these 0-0 overtimes, I can't take it anymore. My heart can't take it. There's so many chances going wide, and it just seems like any moment a team could strike and a player could pop off. This time, Mango's trying to be that player, taking off the wall. Blakester staying stoic on the goal and is in a very dangerous position. ISO goes missing. Maybe it was a fake, can't tell. Mango just trying to keep it in. But this might be a chance. It's putting it to the top shelf of the net, but it just is too high once again, and the bounce and the angle makes it so a teammate can't follow up on it.
And Jungle's got to be extremely careful that they don't let these inaccuracies get into their head like they did in games 1 and 2. That was a wide open opportunity. Should be 1-0 for Jungle, but instead we're still knotted up at 0 apiece. B-more trying to get out of his own half minute, giving him no space to breathe. ISO on the instant challenge. Only Mango left to beat for Uncle Stan, but the 50 is extremely strong, and it's now centered out for Mini. Shot towards the backboard. Mango on the follow, kept in front of the net. Now Uncle Stan on the carry. A little bit of boost to work with. Can't get it around ISO. He's taking his time around midfield. Blakester wins the challenge, and it's just going to find its way to the back of the net. Senators finally get back on the board.
You can't be serious. I feel like the Jungle were an offense for, I'm not going to lie, it feels like 2 minutes straight here. And as it shows, Blakester, the first shot Senators have had, it just rolls in. And the Jungle are going to be feeling like they got robbed. And that's an opportunity that you can't get back. Jungle, you just have to, keep, pressing down. Keep, pressing on this offense. Keep the grip strong and just do not let Senators break away in the series, because if you lose this is the the match that doesn't necessarily decide it, but it is a very big turning point in the series. Stewie was talking about a lot last series how it was some ridiculous number of teams that when they win this game 5 they end up going on to win the whole series, and that just shows how important this game is. And Senators getting that first goal is extremely dangerous for the Jungle.
I could not agree more. But Mango, of all the players that we would expect to possibly tie this one up, he was looking for a very fancy shot, but it's B-more all the way back downfield, and he just has another breakaway. And too many players committing on, upfield. I'm not exactly sure what had happened to where, B-more had the touch, but ISO was just left in no man's land. No boost and no chance on the ball. This is the first time Senators have had more than one goal in a game, and you would think with how strong their defense has been throughout the course of this series, you could almost call this one done.
Yeah, 2 minutes going. Only 2 minutes left in this one. They really can just, be comfortable in defense like they have been this entire game. They've already played 3 minutes of defense and about 5 seconds of offense and are up 2 goals in the series, so why not finish it out? Be more happy just to air dribble down into Blakester. Blakester, the ball is going like high and far, but Mango does actually intercept it, and Uncle Stan might go down to boost there. It might be a bit of a chance, but he's saved again. Be more. It's just such a wall, such an asset to this team. Mango maybe trying to find an opportunity, but he has no boost. He can't really convert on this. Blakester is so happy just to boom it away and drain more time off the clock. 90 seconds left in this game. Jungle need 2.
They need it fast. Now, I think, honestly, one of the things that would be crucial for them is not to focus on needing to, but focus on getting that first. They can't get in the mindset of, okay, we're down big, we need something. What they need to think of is, okay, take the first step towards getting back in the fight. Right now, though, Senators just seem to be outpacing him to everything. It's the first time that we've seen this much offense on the side of Senators, and it's paying off tenfold. However, ISO and Mini have an opportunity, but ISO's pass is simply too high for Mini. Clear comes out. Mango able to maintain possession in the orange half. Blakester keeping himself in the corner. Boost to work with. Mango cutting off the ball. Centered out towards Mini. Looking for an extra pass, but it's Blakester again. Extra touch towards the sidewall as well. 50 the ball away from Mango. Uncle Stan back downfield. Pass towards Blakester. Back towards B-more once again. Popped up high. Around ISO. Shot floating towards net. Mini has a save off the backboard. Uncle Stan on the follow. Trying to trickle it in, but Mango's still saving it. This is the opposite side of the field of where Jungle needs to be.
And this is just precious seconds off the clock. Senators are doing an excellent job. It seems like they just, they really have been in the defensive corner this entire game, and like an animal trapped in a corner. They've been unleashed, and they are just running rampant on the other side. ISO trying to find the corner, but this one also goes wide. You just have to start feeling bad for this Jungle team. They've had so many chances on goal, and finally, with 6 seconds left of the clock, Mango find one for all of their efforts. This has been 5 minutes of straight offense, and they finally get a goal. They have 6 seconds. Can they do what they couldn't do for the previous 5 minutes of this game and find one?
It's definitely not impossible. You can't count them out. They choose to double commit on the kickoff, looking to bust out some of the kickoff strats, and they have an offensive possession. It's going to have to be done in the air, but Uncle Stan's clear is highly effective. Mango maintaining possession. Mini beat to the ball by B-more, going off the sidewall. Mango centered off the backboard, but dropped down immediately. Great clear, and Senators go on to match point.
Oh my goodness, that was almost the best chance they had of the entire game, and there was just like a sneaky defender on the backboard ready for it and just threw it straight into the dirt, sending us into game 6. Senators are gonna feel good about this one. You know, maybe a little scary in the end there, but they do, you know, they stay composed. They do a good job of just getting through this game, and we will see them going into this, you know, next couple games with that match point. And this is the point of the series where Jungle, if you're going to use the timeout, this is your only chance. You have to use it right now. If you're not going to use it, fair game, but I really would recommend using it. You know, I really think the importance of the timeouts cannot be, you know, underestimated.
I absolutely agree, but I mean, the last time we said Jungle were in desperate need of a timeout, they ended up coming back and winning 2 straight games in a row.
Yeah.
Having said that, might you have just confirmed that Jungle are going to win in 7? Who knows exactly, but one of the things that is for sure is that they need to not let these full field clears go in. They had done so well through 4 games at eliminating that opportunity. The only 2 goals the Senators had before this came close to the net, not full field clears. And at this level, in these high stakes, you cannot afford to let that happen again. While on the side of Senators, you're going to be searching for that all day long. Now, you're on match point. You might as well start searching for those long shots once again. Try to punish the poor defensive positioning on the side of Jungle, as right off kickoff, B-More's going to try to create offense for the Senators. Popped up high, off the ceiling, no extra touch. B-More looking for a bump, and it's not even needed. Blakester hammers it home.
That is an early lead, and Jungle once again are in, you know, the back seat. You know, they want to be the one pressing the gas, but it's the Senators who are speeding away with this potentially last game. And it just hurts to see, you know, we have not seen many kickoff goals, or really kickoffs in general. To see one in this, you know, game 6 here, Neo Tokyo, has gotta hurt.
And that's going to hurt even more. That is going to hurt exponentially more. 2 players committing and neither making contact. Mini and ISO both on full boost in the right spot and no contact. Uncle Stan is going to walk it in with the greatest of ease. 2 now for Senators. Jungle, you got to be careful. You got to lock in, because this is your tournament life on the line.
Yeah, if there's ever a time for them to go all out, this is it. Mini's trying to get the ball off B-More, but B-More is just going to happily bring it over 1, and ISO does a great job to keep it out, but they are in their half. They need to get going on offense here. You know, that's where they've been the rest of the series, and being stuck in their corner, this is the one place where I would say absolutely do not want to be as a Jungle. They don't even have a single shot going into this first minute, which might be the first thing, or the first time we've seen that, and being locked in the corner. B-More just doing a great job, just keeping the ball away. ISO clearing the ball, but Blakester's there to meet. It's actually kind of an open midfield, but no one was there to strike. B-More not only gets the ball over 1, but steals that boost, which is so vital. Mango does a great job to break them out of their half for now, and also gets that boost. But 2 go missing. Blaster is going to get bumped off the ball, and Mango passes it back to ISO. ISO trying to outplay, but it's Uncle to find Blaster in the middle. But he goes missing. It's going to be a completely open net, and oh my goodness, there was almost a crazy save, but ISO stays composed, stays with it, and keeps it in.
I mean, just absolutely perfect execution. Unfortunate miss on the side of Senators, but Jungle will be able to fight back now. Only 1 more goal needed to tie this up. They are well within striking distance, but my goodness, I'm observing a little bit of panic when it comes to these challenges. Some double commits coming through, and that is the last thing Jungle can afford to do. It put them out of position early. It cost them a goal earlier on. They cannot be double committing all the time. They got to be careful, but start executing on offense just like they did on the goal prior. And now they have possession once again. Mango pops way up high. ISO has a touch. It's over towards Mini. He's going to take his time and read off the sidewall, but Uncle Stan is there with them. Mini winning the challenge. Into the corner, off the backboard. Extra touch is unfortunate. Mini was not looking for that. He was looking to set up a teammate, and said Mango will have to search for the pass instead.
Let's find ISO in the midfield, but there's 3 players to meet him. Just into this corner again. This is the corner that they've been locked into all game. Mini's trying to find maybe Mango on the backboard, but Mango trying to make some magic happen, but ISO's the one that's going to be the one to perform the trick. It's a beautiful save for Uncle Stan again, and Blaster will be happy just to let them take another shot, because I got two teammates in goal. I don't care if they have no boost. They're plenty competent enough to keep this away. Blaster does get beat by ISO. This might be a chance, but B-More just going to slow it down again. It's going to fly across the box, but ISO was not ready to take the shot. Blaster, that's 2 demos. Jungle might have an easy chance here, but Uncle Stan, the last man on the field, able to keep it out of his net, and it is just flying away. They need 1. It's looking more and more possible. Jungle have this game to figure it out for their tournament life.
I'll tell you what, though, I did like what I saw from Jungle. The physical plays, Mango removing 2 out of the 3 players, gave them a huge opportunity. Now, it may not have resulted in what they were looking for, which is that ever so crucial game-tying goal, but it is a great look, and it's a great idea that they should try to double down on. Continue removing players from the field of play. They need to, because Senators have been such a strong, cohesive unit. They work too well together. You might as well take them off and try to create a sense of panic. In the meantime, though, Senators are continuing to play strong and get their clears as B-More has another touch away from Manny. It'll be Blazer bringing it all the way back downfield. Uncle Stan, no extra touch. Blazer shot, though, finds its way to the back of the net. The lead is doubled once again.
Bang! What a missile. Uncle Stan communicating perfectly on this. He just let that go by him, and Blakester fully ready to take the shot, even after Blakester, or one, I forget who it was, one person in goal was able to put a hand up, but still missing it at over 100 kph. That was, a crucial goal that they needed, and they're trying to double it up on it once again. And a 2-goal lead in this series is dangerous for Jungle. They got 90 seconds to cut that lead down and to get to overtime potentially, or, just to, force an equalizer. But they're running out of time, and being in their half will not help. Mango needs to start the offense now. He actually goes missing, and it might be Uncle Stan to clean it up. It is gonna find its way under the last defender, and it's gonna be a 3-goal lead. The only time we've seen this was the Jungle in Game 3. Senators are looking to continue on to the quarter or the semifinals, or
this is by far the best offense that we have seen out of Senators this entire series, and it's not even remotely close. And what a game for it to show up on. You go on to match point, there's questions about whether or not Jungle can bring this back. There's a lot of people who thought that they could, but instead it's been Senators who have absolutely floored the defense of Jungle throughout the entire course of this game, whether it's been by their own moves, by their own passing plays, or whether it's been from the mistakes of Jungle. The offense has shown up for Senators when they've needed it the most. And, I don't necessarily see 3 goals coming through. It's not impossible, but my goodness, the offense from Senators has been remarkable.
If they're going to do it, it's going to be right here. They maybe have a chance to team pitch. It's going to go. The story of this whole season, it's just been too high, too far. Blakester's going to make it a 4-goal lead. That might as well be a consolation goal at this point, because 40 seconds to come back from 4. It's not impossible, but the form that we've seen Senators, the defensive structure that we've seen from them tonight, it is going to be an absolute, maybe the tallest hurdle that anybody could hurt or jump over. It's going to be Jungle in their own half again, and they're just going to want to have this clock drain out.
Yeah, absolutely correct. From here, it's academic. The time is going to trickle on away. 5-1 being an absolutely absurd scoreline, and believe it or not, the 14 seed Senators are going to be in the top 4 of Major Number 1. What an incredible Cinderella story we are witnessing right now, Jungle. We're just simply trying to get one for the road, but it is ultimately not going to affect the series whatsoever. This is going to be Senators all the way. They are going to move on in 6 games. Once again, an extremely competitive series, but at the very end of things, Senators simply showed up, and their offense was undeniable.
Yeah, just offense. They had the offense in the last game here, pulling up 5 goals just really out of nowhere, and they just played such a solid series. Congrats to the Senators. Just staying stoic, staying strong, pushing their way to the top 4 in Jungle. Seriously, cannot give them enough props as well. They played extremely well today. The striking in this quarterfinal wasn't, what we expected to see, but once again, this is a marathon. If you can't keep a pace throughout the entirety of this tournament, you can't get past a team like the Senators. The Senators looked prepared. They looked they looked ready to go the distance, and that is why they're making it to top 4.
Yeah, absolutely correct. They showed up and they showed out. It was unfortunate on the side of the Jungle. Had they had, better striking accuracy earlier on, who knows how that series pans out. But we can ask all the different kinds of ifs, ands, or buts regarding this series. What did happen is the St. Paul Senators took it in 6. And based on the results that I am seeing, they're going to take on the 2 seed Rochester Rhythm going into the top 4. The other matchup being the number 1 seed Omaha Buffalo and the number 13 seed Des Moines Derecho. upsetting the Minneapolis Miracles, every single series going to 6 or more games. It's been extremely competitive throughout, but now we have two Cinderella stories on two different sides of the bracket. We can either have a 1 and 2 seed matchup. We could have a 13 and 14 seed matchup. Anything can happen here in top 4.
Yeah, just what a miracle run from a couple of these teams. I mean, going in, I mean, I saw a couple predictions, and it just not a single prediction would have had this. You know, not a single person could guess. And you know, I'm just gonna go over the matches that the other teams had. You know, Rochester took down Bemidji in 6 as well, another close series, and the Omaha took down Duluth Superiors, who we just saw were extremely insane, in 7. So they took them the full distance, and the Des Moines Derecho took down the Minneapolis Miracles in 6. That is every single game going to 6 or 7. What are we talking about? What type of Rocket League are we seeing? This is the most competitive challenger. This is the most competitive MCS has ever been, period. It has just been every single team are, you know, a bunch of titans just duking it out, brawling, and we could potentially see, you know, yeah, like you said, the 1 or 2 seed in the finals, or the 13 and 14 or any other mixed match of those. No matter what happens, there is going to be some insane storylines going into, you know, the quarters and the finals, and it's just going to be, you have to, you know, stick around to find out, pretty much. I mean, this is just going to be insane.
Absolutely. I mean, we have witnessed some incredible Rocket League up until this point in time. We've now seen 2 actually lower seeds knock off the upper seed, between the 9th seed Duluth Superiors taking out the Winnipeg Atlas in 7, and now the 14th seed St. Paul Senators knocking off the Chicago Jungle in 6. I mean, if we keep that going, if we keep this trend here of the lower seed ended up taking the matchup in an upset, that means Des Moines Derecho should be the team moving on into the grand finals, which would be just absolutely unheard of. But, I mean, who knows? Based on the way the bracket's gone up until this point, if anyone had brackets to fill out, I could just about guarantee you there wouldn't be a soul that would have this currently mapped out. Anything is possible. There's no properly predicting any of these.
I don't think anybody had a correct prediction after, you know, half of the first round games, to be completely honest. I mean, this has been completely, you know, just upset central. And, you know, going into this, you know, quarterfinal, I could really see any team, you know, meeting in those finals. I will say, you know, that 1 and 2 seed Omaha and Rochester, they're the 1 and 2 seed for a reason, and they're in this top 4 for a reason as well. They are titans, you know. Those are the 2 teams I had meeting in the finals, and it looks like that could be the case. But there are underdogs trying to, you know, make a fool out of me, and man, and there's only, you know, time will tell. You know, we have to wait to get to those matches, and that's gonna be all from me. I think, you know, any other closing remarks for you?
Honestly, I mean, there is nothing scarier than a team that has nothing to lose. And right now, Des Moines Derecho and St. Paul Senators, they have nothing to lose. As the 2 Cinderella story teams, they are the ones showing up. All the pressure really is on the upper seeds to try to show up and be the team that they are supposed to be. All the pressure is on the number 1 and 2 seed. For 13, 14, keep doing your thing, keep having fun. But for us, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, number 1 seed Omaha Buffalo, number 13 seed Des Moines Derecho. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Diving in, getting laid down, finding it out for myself. No one else can pull me out. Count to 10, clear my head now. Getting up, gonna go out just to see if I still know how. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken. Let it in, I can take it. Learn the sound of the changes. Nothing else can drown it out. Put myself in a race and made a bet and erase it, just to know that I still count. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken. Hardly feel, but I try to pretend. Put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. Hold your breath just to see if you can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Midwest Championship Series major action. Our next series is upon us. This is going to be a good one. Myself, have been running the show the whole night. Normally am, because when you're the production manager of this whole league, you kind of have to do that. But at the same time, me and Mr. McMaster, beautiful voice himself, are going to bring you this semi-final match between, the Omaha Buffalo and the Cinderella Des Moines Derecho. And McMaster, we have a couple Cinderella teams that have the chance to do the funny, I guess you could say, and make this major final. One of them, they're first up. I think they're obviously the other one's playing right now. Please hope to God I'm praying for a 13 versus 14 seed.
Oh, yeah. The funny, the impossible, regardless of what you want to call it. We have two absolutely absurd things happening on two different sides of the bracket. And couldn't be happier about it thus far. And the games we've seen beforehand have been impeccable. Winnipeg Atlas ended up dropping their series to the Duluth Superiors. 8 and 19 matchup. Not a huge upset, but as the 9 seed, they still took it. So you can call it an upset nonetheless based on seeding alone. And then we had the 14 seed St. Paul Senators against the 11 seed Chicago Jungle. Neither the 3 or 6 seed qualified. And then the 14 seed St. Paul Senators are the other Cinderella team on the other side of the bracket. That sums up the matchups we have had up until this point in time. But now we have two absolute titans of this season so far in the Omaha Buffalo and the Rochester Rhythm, number 1 and 2 seeds. And then we have two of the most improbable teams making it through, the Des Moines Derecho and the St. Paul Senators. Two completely different stories, and yet it's just so beautiful. You wouldn't even write this out in a movie script because people would say it's too unrealistic.
Yeah. No, it's almost like you wrote it down on the page and said, okay, guys, how can we make this happen without making it too obvious that we're making this happen? Mm-hmm. And with these two teams, they have a chance to jump up in points. I can show you the points before the night as to where they were. We aren't lying. They're literally the 13 and 14 seed. They're 2 and 4. They're 10 points on the season total. Going up against the 1 and the 2 who have 25 points. They win this tournament, McMaster. They just extend their lead pretty much. That's what they're looking to do. St. Paul and Des Moines are not saying, you're salvaging your season here, but you're salvaging your season here. You need to do well in these majors to get points. We'll see what we get, but we have to make our predictions. I don't know who's going to win this, but I want to go for the upset, and I'm going to go for the upset. I am taking the 13 seed Des Moines Derecho in 7. I believe they will take down the number 1 seeded Omaha Buffalo. I don't know about you, but I'm living for it.
Well, let's figure out about me really quick, because the runs have been a little bit different from each of the two teams. Buffalo went 4-1 against Burnsville Inferno. That was supposed to happen as the 1 versus the 16. That's the one you expect. But then against the number 9 Duluth Superiors, Omaha Buffalo struggled quite a bit. Their series went to 7. Regardless, they won. They wouldn't be here otherwise, obviously. But they struggled a little bit. While on the side of Des Moines Derecho, they won in 7 versus the 4 seed, and then got a little bit stronger against the 5 seed Minneapolis Miracles, winning 4-2. I think the Derecho might be playing slightly better right now. However, I am still going to take the 1 seed for the sake of them being 5-1. They are the strongest team for a reason. I'm going to take what should be the logical call, but my goodness, based on this bracket, there is zero telling which way this one can go. As Papo looks for a dribble early, it's going to be Divine to cut it off up in the air. Double is available, but he's just going to set it off the backboard. Caesar is going to get it clear as far as Infinite, who tries taking it towards net again. Papo clears high and away. Both teams just feeling out the defenses early.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing we have to think about is how can we get this Des Moines Derecho team started early? How do they, I guess you could say, get started early? Because if they do wake up, kind of throw a haymaker towards Omaha's way right away, winning the first, maybe the second game, it really can throw Omaha off. They're coming into this thinking, oh my God, we're the 1 seed. How could we possibly find a way to lose to this 13 seed? But I mean, what have we seen tonight? Anything is possible. And that's the beauty of these tournaments that are, they only come twice a year, twice a season, I guess you could say. And the beauty of them is that anything is possible in them. It's an early chance for Divine is going to be shut down. Caesar's touch does get away from him. No booster Des Moines. McMaster, they're locked in their half early.
They are, but they've been able to stay alive up until this point in time. Rob is going to try to change the tides as a shot comes through. It's going to hit off the bar, but Divine follows it anyways. Great read from the backboard, able to dunk it on through. Rob was in search of a pass, and he found exactly that. Divine landing on the backboard. The first shot was inaccurate, but he will put the second one through. Number 1 seed looking extremely strong to start us out.
Yeah. And they opened this scoring early. About a minute and 15 seconds and 75-ish seconds into this. Right off the kickoff, though, Des Moines knocking at the door. Ori off the backboard. Ori, Papo, and Caesar. Caesar, the sub-up from Rising Star, is without a doubt the most winningest player in this lobby. Has won, I believe, an unprecedented 3 times in Challenger and has cemented his legacy as probably the greatest Challenger player this league has ever seen. But Omaha, McMaster, they don't care. They're the new blood, the new of age, the ones who want to take over this league and want to tell this old man to go home. But I mean, the way
Omaha is just
go ahead.
Omaha's basically saying that history. Omaha's basically saying history does not matter.
Exactly.
What matters is making their own history. As that's going to be the second already for Divine, 3 for Buffalo, shutting down any doubts at least to start out this series. What impeccable offense we've seen until this point.
It's honestly just the difficulty that you see is, what do we get from this Des Moines team to start off? Because when you're playing a team of this caliber, McMaster, you're playing proverbially the best team in the league. You can't start off like this. I mean, you're going to be down 4-0 here. It's a beautiful save, though, from Papo. Will keep Des Moines' hopes for a Game 1 win alive. But, I mean, they have not gotten a ton going. Caesar, on kind of a counterattack, will collect the ball off the backboard, looking for a shot. But 50 is going to come through. Rob Belichick, the man, the Omaha general manager, will lead his team to a possible victory.
It actually makes me a little bit curious to know how exactly the game scripts went for the series that these two teams played prior. Did Buffalo start out strong and then weaken up a little bit? Was it that derecho necessarily start off a little behind and then caught up? I'm unsure. However, what matters right now is that Buffalo have 3 to their name. Derecho are trying to break through. They are starting to mount a little bit more offense, which is good. They've been able to break out of their own half. They've been able to escape the stranglehold that was being applied from Buffalo. But Rob is trying to bring it right back on as he brings it into the corner. Actually bumps Caesar into that pinch as Ari's going to have the extra touch over towards the sidewall. Infinite now on the catch. Boost to work with. Infield pass looking for a teammate. Instead he'll find Caesar with the 50 right in the middle of the field. Papo likes to try to take control, but Divine is once again going to clear it out wide, and Buffalo look every bit the 1 seed as you would expect.
Yeah, and they're not going to make a ton of mistakes. I mean, 5-1 in the season so far. I'm looking back at their last week, and I mean, even before the major, they had a pretty darn good week. I believe went 2-0, so they haven't lost in quite a bit. And now that I think about it, that's not a good thing, because they went through the upper side of this bracket as the 1 seed and obviously went to 7 with Duluth. So that was pretty darn close, but their first series was a 4-1. So, I mean, about as least close as you could expect, as they are making mincemeat of this Des Moines defense. This is 4-0 game 1.
Yeah, this is an absolute slaughter currently, and I don't want to try to take pot shots at Derecho, but frankly, Buffalo have simply outpaced them. They're winning all the 50s. They're playing smarter. It seems though Derecho seem to be, I guess, a little less coordinated. They're not necessarily having double commits, but the positioning just doesn't seem to be as ironclad as that of Buffalo's. Buffalo's been extremely strong to this point. It's been maybe 1, maybe 2 total offensive possessions on the side of Derecho that have had just any slight bit of quality to it. Well, on the side of the Buffalo, they're looking for a possible 5th. It's a great save on the goal line by Caesar. Honestly, at this point, if I'm on the Derecho, I'm just trying to get 1 for the road, bring a little bit of confidence back, and at least remind yourselves that they are here in the top 4 for a reason.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing is confidence. I mean, you want to, obviously, you made it all the way to this point. You don't want to let one game get to your head, and that's the important part about this is it's a best of 7. We have got a lot of Rocket League to play. I mean, even if you're down 2-0, the series is not over. We saw that in the first series of the day, and even the last series. Anything is possible. Overtimes are going to be plenty. You're going to have plenty of opportunities to score, just like that, as Papo's shot will go wide. Caesar just come in as third man, but can you blame him? I mean, 20 seconds, you got to find something at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just one to bring back the confidence and then move on from there. I would think up until this point, maybe Derecho are already discussing possible game plans moving into game number 2. What to really hone in on, what to lock in on, any possible holes in the game of Buffalo they could try to exploit moving into the second game. They should have used probably the last minute or so just as a timeout in their own heads and discuss that. Let this game move on to game number 2, because Omaha were extraordinarily strong to start off the series.
Yeah, I mean, they had really have a stranglehold for Challenger, and looking back, their last loss came to the Bemidji Lumberjacks in week 2, and even then in that same week, they went 1-1. So that actually is the last time these two teams did play. Obviously, different roster for Des Moines, but week number 2, Omaha 3-0 swept the Des Moines Derecho. So last time these two met, it was a convincing win in the fashion of the Omaha Buffalo. Hopefully Des Moines does not think about that, because I mean, that can really switch your mindset right away. But going into game number 2, like you said, they don't get 1 for the road, but you kind of look for 1 for the road if you are losing these games, because it just builds confidence that you can find the back of the net, but they don't find the back of the net here. So I think if you're the Derecho, you really key in on what mistakes you did in that mistakes you made in that first game and try and tone down the defensive errors.
Absolutely correct. And I think one of the things that they really have to do is create more time in the blue half. Not even necessarily, try to improve the quality of possession, because they had a couple of good opportunities, whether it was just in an accuracy off the bar or a good save from Buffalo. They still had 5 shots to their credit, but Buffalo had 17. That simply cannot be allowed from here on out. 2 players with 7 shots, the third player with 3. That is a number that you cannot expect to have against you and expect to win the game as well. Divine is going to look for a double early. He has it. It drops off the bar, and Infinite was just a little bit too quick to the ball. Omaha are able to escape with one to start things out as Ari fakes the touch around Rob. Papo to take possession, but a double commit coming through from Ari and Papo. Divine with the shot just off the backboard. Now Caesar taking control in the dribble. 50s Rob high and away. Could be an offensive possession developing for Derecho as the ball hits awkwardly off the side. Will be a clear from Divine out towards Infinite. Shot going towards net. Papo has an easy save.
Papo wins another 50-50 as Infinite, though, walks through the corner. Divine, though, on the counterattack. Unable to really find much as into that corner. Ori will collect full boost, uses the ceiling, but Rob Belichick, Rob on the turnaround touch will win that off the ceiling. Caesar will lose the 50-50. Now into that corner, it just seems like Des Moines is going from corner to corner, and they're never able to really make the touch that they want. And that's going to be a problem if that continues to happen throughout this series, because, Omaha's held all the pressure. We have been in the orange half, McMaster, this entire second game.
Absolutely agree, but just as we say that, a breakout opportunity happens. Divine has to send it off of his back wall. It's Papo with the shot towards net, cleared up high by Rob and sent far and away. I will say, Derecho do look improved. They're having more offensive developments. They haven't given up a goal in the first 90 seconds, which is a great improvement. It's a step forward. However, they cannot allow these possessions to continue breaking through. They have to send a man, at least make one of the players from the Buffalo make a decision about where it is they're going to go with the ball. And then from there, you can play off of it a little bit better. Rob's going to pinch it off of the sidewall. Now it's only Ori back, but Ademo does open things up, and that's a second from Caesar, but Infinite spawns just in such an unfortunate spot. Papo has a follow. Ori is just an active war machine, taking out so many defenders, and the Derecho have their first.
And Papo, you can't get a more free net here. He's just happy to, sit back with 40, 50 boost and say, okay, well, I guess nobody's going to block this one. Help put that one away. This one almost halfway done. Divine's touch does go forward, does find Rob, and Rob drafted this team with the idea of winning. And that's exactly what they've done so far. In their first 6 matches, 5-1, and that's a start that really what you want in this major too, a top 4 finish. Like I said, getting 3rd, 4th, that's 10 base points, which is exactly what you want. Rob Belichick off the backboard. Coach is putting them in.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't want to hear anything you have to say about 3rd or 4th place. He's coming for the crown. It's a perfect double. Caesar tried to challenge it. Papa was up as well. The needle is threaded to absolute perfection as the Buffalo tie us up. However, it does seem as though, at least throughout, half of the game, Buffalo have seemed a little bit more relaxed per se, while the Derecho do have a bit more sense of an urgency coming into this game. However, the 1-1 scoreline is obviously not going to help. Infinite's trying to double it up. The pass comes through, but Ari takes Rob off the field of play. Divine waiting for his opportunity, takes the shot. Papo is just a little too awkward in front of net. Just like that, the Buffalo have converted into a lead.
And it's interesting to see the reactions from all 6 players. Obviously, we have all 6 cams on screen for a majority of the games when they score. So, it's interesting to see the reactions from teams, because as the series goes on, McMaster, it definitely changes. When you get scored on late, in these really important games, it's almost like a shocked look that you see. And then when the team that does score, in those clutch situations late in games, they really do pop off. They get excited, and that's really what you want to see. Is 2 minutes to go. Omaha still in sort of a commanding fashion in this game, but you know what, McMaster? We've seen some pushback from the Derecho. They need to push a little bit harder, though, in order to break through this Omaha defense one more time.
I agree, and it feels as though they're getting outpaced to things. While they've had so many different demos, the speed just doesn't seem equal to that of the Buffalo. There's more pace behind the ball. The challenges are quicker. They're up in the air just a little bit faster. And I think until that changes, it is going to be the Buffalo's game to lose. As Infinite, once again, is there first with the shots just off target. Papo's 50, though, is huge, and Caesar gets a bump onto Rob. Shooting lane is open. Shot on target. Finds his way to the top corner. Tied with just under 90 seconds remaining.
And he gets the bump on the third man. Not much really Omaha can do there. They're all pressed forward, and I don't necessarily like that decision. I mean, yes, you get bumped as third man, but I don't like the decision of being super aggressive there, because you're gifting Des Moines a free counterattack. They take full advantage of it. They tie the game. 70 seconds left as the demo on the back line. Caesar will get deleted. The missile from Infinite. Ori wasn't ready for it. He uses the backboard and steals the corner. Rob, what can coach do off the backboard and off the ceiling? We'll drop it down. Forward play for Papo, but pre-jumped by Divine. Omaha, that's one thing I've seen so far, McMaster. They hold the midfield line pretty darn well.
Yes, they do. And I mean, on the side of Derecho, they had a great opportunity. Just as you said, Ari had not expected the miss to come through. A little bit of an inaccuracy actually helped Buffalo out in terms of that situation. Papo's trying to break out and make out a transition opportunity up in the air. Caesar, he doesn't have a read though. Rob towards net. If it's on target, it'll be in, and it is. Top right corner. Rob buries it once again. Only 35 seconds left for Derecho to come back.
And Rob is in a room of blue. His team is blue. He's scoring. His car's blue. The goal explosions blue and gold, I guess you could say. There's still a hint to blue, but his blue team is up by 1 with 35 seconds to go. What does Des Moines get on the kickoff? Caesar pop touch. Maybe one more touch to follow up, but Rob sitting on the back line. 2 goals from him in this game. What a step-up performance by Coach in game number 2. As Divine into that corner. Doesn't get really a lot on the ball. The bump again on the back line. Ori, they're hunting again. Papo's trying to find the backline defender. Now only 15 seconds left. Divine gonna try and kill it. Looks infield. Infinite's there. They're looking to hold just the midfield line. Rob does miss that shot. You can call it a fake. It doesn't matter. Des Moines fell for it, and Omaha's going to win this game number 2 with a 2-goal advantage now. Only 3 seconds.
Yeah, call it a fake. Call it what you want. Call it game over is what Divine had to say about that one. His second is a crucial nail in the coffin. Granted, there were only 3 seconds left anyway, so it would have been pretty difficult for Derecho to get that ever so important game-tying third, but the ball will hit the ground, and Omaha Buffalo now go up 2-0. That game being a lot more competitive, though, and you got to wonder whether or not Derecho are going to keep on improving. Buffalo played a little bit more relaxed. The shot counts definitely lessened, being 8-5 the total numbers this time around. But regardless of whether or not Derecho played better, they did not play better than Buffalo. The Omaha Buffalo would have taking their second in still a pretty well convincing manner.
Yeah, and as we move on to game number 3, I think if you're Des Moines, you get, 2 goals on the board there in that game. I mean, not terrible, but at the same time, I talk about it all the time with, teams that are good on offense. I think if you are on that team that is scoring a lot, it's difficult because, you think about, if we score 3 goals this game and the other team scores 4, yeah, we scored 3 goals, but we gave up 4. I think if you want to win games, you got to play better defense if you're the Derecho, which they have played a ton of defense. I still think they could play better defense, though. Honestly, that's the difference for me right now. And that's the reason why Omaha has taken advantage of just simple miscommunications, but a lot of simple mistakes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And when we say simple mistakes, we don't just mean, these mistakes are easy ones that they clean up on. They are ones that should be cleaned up on. They should absolutely be fixed. They should not be happening with these stakes on the line. So it's up to Derecho now to try to turn it around for the better. Just you had said, they were able to get 2, which is definitely better than what game 1 was. However, they still allowed 4. Caesar, though, with the shot just off the post. Another minor inaccuracy. Ori on the follow. Shot towards net. Divine clearing up high once again. And now Infinite taking his time. Ari's got no boost and attempted bumps coming through from Divine. Papo to take control. Only Rob remaining on defense, but Rob gets a perfect clear over towards the sidewall where Ori will take his time and reset back in his own half.
Good catch from Ori there. I like this play. Des Moines keeping the possession of the ball. Full boost, gets a beat. That's what you want to see if you're Des Moines derecho. They both fake it out as Rob doesn't fall for it. Coach had the pre-play plans. As another demo, Des Moines getting physical, and I like this side of them. They're showing their teeth a little bit. Both players from Des Moines in the back line, though, commit to that one, and not really much you can do there. Infinite on the backboard. Full boost. Look at this carry as Papa will shut him down, but Rob's going to find that pass to Divine. That one going to maybe find its way. Ori off the crossbar to make that save. Testing each other on defense are these two teams. I mean, this game so far in the first minute now, McMaster looks a lot closer.
Absolutely correct. And as you had said, we do like that derecho are showing their teeth. However, with the double commits, you cannot afford to show your back and your neck to the opposing team to possibly start putting in the clamps and that stranglehold that they had back in game one, where it was just all Buffalo offense. That cannot be allowed, but right now it is both teams testing each other's defense. No one is exactly breaking through so far. I'd say the highest quality opportunity has been afforded to the derecho, but they were unable to capitalize with the two players going for the fake. It'll be Ari now, the challenge early with Infinite. Rob, 50 straight up in the air. Caesar out towards the sidewall. Divine, extra touch towards the backboard, just too high. Papa doesn't have a read. Infinite has a shot, but it's saved off the post by Ori. And now Caesar taking his time, looking to break out. Wins the 50 over Rob, drops straight down to Divine. Papa wins the 50, looking to steal boost. He does steal the corner boost. Rob and Infinite end up double committing, but Ari will 50 it away as Papa is now first onto the ball. Towards the sidewall. Extra touch to be had. Ends up having over the top of Infinite. Divine will have a clear, and again, both teams are still going to be searching for that ever so important first goal.
Yeah, and if you can find it, I think if Omaha finds it, I'm not saying it's wraps on this game, but I mean, so far, Des Moines have struggled to really break down the gaps on defense. As Ori and Papa are going to work with each other. Rob's going to leave that one. Infinite on the clear. Ori pre-jumped it as Caesar, no boost for him. Infinite infield pass to Rob. That's just going to find its way in as perfect placement from Robert as he will score this beautiful infield pass from Infinite.
I mean, Infinite with infinite vision, seemingly. That was just an absolutely beautiful pass to find Rob in midfield. Even slightly backwards was the pass to find Rob, and he slots it away, hitting that bottom post. But Caesar's going to try to answer back immediately. It's Infinite on the pre-jump. Has the touch out towards the sidewall. Papo, both with the demo and a touch. Divine will clear it up high and away. Ari circling around to it. Extra touch. Possible dribble opportunity. Under one, but Infinite is there first. And once again, it seems as though derecho were a little bit hesitant to send everyone on offense. They're going to have to take risks, certainly, especially now finding themselves down one.
Divine nearly found a shot. Rob won the 50-50, but Ori playing slow. Again, gets over one. Does side flip, though, and that's not what you want to see if you're a derecho fan. You want to see, though, is the demos and the physical play. Caesar will commit to this. Does miss it. We'll leave it for Ori. Ori. Not really much again, and is going to have to backflip out again, and I just don't like the possessions that Des Moines are taking. They really can't get much going here. As that touch will go through. Caesar will lose that 50. Papa will collect on his backline. 100 boost, but just chooses to give away, and Rob just deletes him for it. Rob, though, has to make a huge save on the backline. As Infinite will demo Caesar. Papa will have this low shot, and hello, anyone home from the Buffalo? Is Papo just picked the spot?
I mean, that's just perfect placement. Divine expecting the power shot up high. Had that come through, sure, would have been a fantastic save, but instead it's Papo going down low and sweeping the leg. Tied ball game, 106 remaining. And I was going to say before that goal came through that I wasn't necessarily a big fan of the offensive possessions from derecho. Sure, they had spent a lot of time in this blue half, but it didn't seem as though the positioning was ideal. Here they come once again, just all the way back downfield, and they end up scoring as it is. So now we have ourselves a tied ball game under the 60-second mark. Infinite up in the air, 15 away from Caesar. Clear coming through now from Ori. Only Rob left to beat. One-on-one opportunity. It's Infinite trying to bump Ori off the ball. Instead, it's Papo, who's actually demoed by Divine. Cleared out wide by Infinite. Out towards Divine. Shot towards net. Board down. Buffalo up again.
And that is just a great turnaround play. Infinite again. Infinite vision. Finds Divine, and Divine sends the rocket to the back of the net. Oh my goodness, that was moving. As that'll go bar down, and Buffalo once again finding somewhat of a late goal. They found a late goal from Rob in that last game, but even then it was 4-2 to end it off. 26 seconds now. as a 2-1 advantage. It might be 3. Ori, though, is able to come out of nowhere to make that save. Rob, huge touch on the sidewall to keep pressure for his Buffalo team. I mean, again, they're just finding the goals in the clutch situations, and that's exactly what you want if you're an Omaha Buffalo fan.
Absolutely correct. We're counting down the final 10 seconds. Caesar trying to pass it out towards Ori. 50 goes over towards the sidewall. It's going to be Infinite who's first to the ball, and that full field clear is going to make things dang near impossible. The drop down from Divine hits the ground. Omaha are on the verge of sweeping their way into the grand finals.
And one thing you have to remember, timeouts are in play. So if you call it, now is the time to do it, but now would be the time to do it if you're the Des Moines Derecho as we look back on game number 3. I mean, Infinite just making things happen for his team. And if you're Rob, I mean, all you got to do is place that first shot. That's exactly what he does. He gives one to Rob, he gives one to Infinite. He's like handing them out. He's like, here, guys, you score, I'll be the player who feeds you. And then that's exactly what they did in that last game. Because, I mean, Omaha really just showing what makes them the number 1 seed and the number 1 team in Challenger in this league.
Absolutely. And Infinite just looked like prime Rajon Rondo there, dishing it out to the Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, if you will, to his Rajon Rondo, simply dishing out the ball perfectly, finding teammates at any avenue that he possibly could. Incredible showing on the side of Infinite, being able to find his teammates, and great job from the teammates as well, being able to be in the right lanes when they needed it best or when they needed it most. They end up taking that game 2-1. The shot counts were actually even, so Derecho is showing a lot of fight. The only problem is Buffalo have just simply been too efficient, while the defense on the side of Derecho still has a lot of room for improvement. Now, though, they're on their final life here in the tournament. They have to not just win this game and the next and then a third. They have to do it 4 straight times against the number 1 seed. It's going to be a very tall mountain to climb. However, with the way Derecho has performed throughout the rest of the tournament, I'm still not going to quite call them out. Anything can happen, and they've gotten closer and closer as the series has gone on. The question is, can they finally convert one into a win?
As Rob will win that touch in the midfield. Yeah, they got to convert one here. They have to get on the board is the thing first. Before they even think about a comeback, they got to start scoring some goals. I mean, yes, they have scored some, but overall, they've been the team that has played worse defense. And when you're playing worse defense, you're going to have to find a way for your offense to make up for that. And they have yet to do that. So if you're Des Moines, try and find a way to score some more goals, maybe off the physical plays that you've seen so far. A miscommunication in the midfield there from Papo and Ori will result in much. Off the backboard, though, Ori is up for this, does miss on that. And Papo sitting under the ball with 100 boosts, but not in a great spot. Not much he can do there. And again, Des Moines just seems like they have their heads in their hands.
It is unfortunate to see right now, but Papo does have a breakout opportunity. The shot's actually just simply going to find its way to the back of the net. I thought it was a little bit off, and I stand entirely corrected. Derecho, if I can't remember correctly, I believe this is actually the first time that they've scored. No, actually, no, my bad. This is not the first time they've scored first. However, this might be the most important time because they need to find a way to not just keep this lead, but build upon it and expand it. Because you are down again 3-0 against this team, and they're gonna have to find a way to somehow work back. This is the first game of many needed, but it's off to a great start.
Yeah, this is one of 4 because you need 4 to win in that reverse sweep fashion at a best of 7. Doesn't happen very often. It has happened though in the past. It is not, it's not impossible, but it is very improbable, is what I'll say. As there's 3 minutes still left to go, plenty of time if you are on, the Buffalo to strike here is kind of like a coiled viper ready to throw out a strike at any point, but that's an overcommit. Des Moines open net. Papo, no boost. Which way does it land? Both players there. One of them is going to find a way to put it in.
I mean, great for Derecho to want to find the extra shot. Granted, I don't like the double commit so much, but I'm not going to nitpick currently. Derecho got their second goal. That's great. What I am going to pick at is Buffalo. What is with the offensive overcommit? You guys are up 3 games. You do not have to be sending everyone on offense in order to try to win this game. All you need are those infield passes. Not everyone has to be in the orange half. definitely going to have to correct the course of action after that.
Yeah, because that mistake cannot stand. You cannot be giving teams life for free. As Infinite knows that, does win the dunk on the bottom line, and the drop down touch here from Rob was huge. Rob has just been so impactful on this field, regardless of scoring goals, dunking challenges, just being all over the field. He is, to me, the glue player for Omaha. And I mean, he drafted this team to play around him. That's exactly what they've done so far, but they got to find one more here to tie up this game. But yeah, if you're Omaha, I mean, you get one back there, but at the same time, you can't be gifting teams the opportunity to get back in the series. You have basically wrapped them up, McMaster, at this point, put them in their coffin, and are ready to bury them. You've dug the hole already, for God's sakes. You just got to put the coffin in the hole. And I mean, you're only going to extend the life of the derecho if you give them free overcommits like that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe derecho A, take this game, but B, maybe they take a second one. Suddenly momentum and confidence is back. Next thing you know, Buffalo are a little bit shaken. A lot of this is more than what's just happening on the field. A lot of it ends up being mental after the fact, as Ari has a great opportunity on the air dribble. Now on the follow, Caesar, drop down opportunity. 50 to high off the ceiling. It'll be Divine to take it out. And again, Buffalo are trying to find their way. There's only 90 seconds remaining in this game. Ari's going to be able to get the clear, but only as far as Divine. Divine looking for an infield pass over towards Infinite, who instead likes to collect the midfield boost. The ball was going over his head. He chooses to backtrack and challenge early. It'll be Papo looking for a pass and or a demo. Infinite keeps it in the corner. It'll be Divine now to take control. Popping up high, space to work. Has the Musty in the air. Looking for an air dribble all the way towards net. Clear it out wide. And again, the Buffalo are still looking for the equalizer.
Ori does make contact on that. That was huge, as that would have tied the game. But again, Omaha on the press. Divine looking for one off that touch as Papa spawns in, makes the save and the stop originally. Pass across from Divine, trying to find Infinite. 50 seconds left. We're locked in this orange half. No boost for really any player on Des Moines, as Ori will win 2 challenges back to back. And Caesar says, Ori, you can have the points, my friend. You worked for it. As I've disconnected from the party, but regardless, 39 seconds to go, and Des Moines is they're hanging on.
Oh yeah, I thought they were stuck in a prison cell down the opposite end of the field. It seemed as though the offensive possession for Buffalo lasted seemingly forever. I don't know what exactly, happened with the overcommit again, but Buffalo seemed to be getting a little bit too comfortable, as Pablo might even have an extra one if he gets over the top of Infinite. He was in search of a bump. It'll be Caesar to try centering out towards Ori, who's got boost. Infinite has nothing. His shot finds his way to the back of the net. Ori has a second. Derecho have 4. Buffalo look extraordinarily complacent. They're going to have to turn it around. Otherwise, Derecho is going to very easily be able to build up on this momentum.
Yeah, they're I mean, honestly, it's like the flip of a light switch. 1 second, you're up 3-0. Next second, it's 3-2. And then it's 3-3. And then all of a sudden, you're in game 7. And you're wondering, what in the world happened between, games 4, 5, and 6? Well, this is what's going to happen. As they put up 5, that's an own goal, I believe, between Omaha. As Caesar hit that in the corner. Yeah, they're all happy about that. Who wouldn't be?
I love seeing Caesar on his cam, raising his arms in victory as he's able to get a goal onto the board. It had only been Papo and Ari up until that point in time, and you love to see it for him. He's celebrating that, and honestly, if I'm on the side of Buffalo, I'm not necessarily liking that is happening. That means confidence is coming back. They're starting to feel good about themselves again. Buffalo are going to have to do something to start out game 5, I believe, to really reinstate their dominance again, because they were great through the first 3 games. Sure, Derecho were inching closer and closer, but they were clearly the better of the 2 teams. Now, I don't necessarily know what to think. There's still 3 games that have to be won in a row by Derecho, but I mean, you never know what can happen now that Derecho have gotten a bit of confidence back and have gotten, frankly, 5 goals on the board.
And yeah, we look back at this game number 4. I mean, 5 goals is huge. That is just the I guess the mental push is what I'll say that you could use to really get back in the series. 500 points from Ori. I mean, overall, just a spread offensive performance from the derecho. And only the 1 goal put up by Omaha. Omaha looked incredibly quiet. You said, I mean, what did you say? Game 1, 17 shots? This game?
Yep.
2 shots between all 3 players. Guys, the series isn't over. It's not a best of 5. It's a best of 7. We gotta wake up. I mean, I think complacent is the word that you use. That's exactly correct. You can't get complacent at this point.
Yeah, the shot counts, it's very gradually got closer and closer. Obviously, it's pretty hard to go, pretty hard to get a wider gap when one team has 17 shots in a game. But after game 1, they got closer. After game 2, they got closer. After game, 3 games up now in game 4, Duratio absolutely cooked them in terms of the shot on goal number. So it's just a complete turnaround. And again, complacency, whether it's just arrogance and possible overconfidence coming through on the side of Buffalo, whatever it is, Duratio are going to use that to their advantage to try to build back into this game. They've avoided the sweep. They have plenty of time to work with. As long as they take this one game at a time, this really could be their series as Ari looks for Papo on the extra pass towards the backboard. Divine's touch is perfect, saving it out towards the corner, and now Infinite returning the favor. Shot going towards the net, bumped off the ball, already clear up high and away, gets a demo onto Infinite as well. Extra touch denied by Divine. Caesar blocked out by Divine as well. Extra touch in the corner. Papo finally able to get it off of the hood of Divine, but it's Rob to clean up once again. Caesar doesn't have a touch, and Ori will keep it safe for the time being.
Yeah, and plenty of time. I mean, this game, that was an incredible save by Divine to even keep, his team from being down 1-0 as Rob off the backboard. Follow-up from Divine is not on target, and I have to say that one likely probably should have found its way in off the double commit from Des Moines, but Des Moines has, in the 50-50 game, has started to win challenges. And if you're Omaha, you have to key back in on what you did to dominate the first 3 games of this series. As Ori kind of gets caught, gets a touch to the corner. Infinite, love the speed from him into that corner. 3:35 still left to go. Plenty of time for either of these teams to build a lead. But if you're Des Moines, I think you got to key in here on possibly scoring first, because Omaha looked very, very flustered, with Des Moines scoring first and then continuing off of that to create a lead.
Absolutely agree, and I do believe. Well, I had to be careful there what I was going to say when that shot went towards net, but I do believe that Buffalo are starting to reestablish that speed once again. They do look like they're playing with quite a lot of pace, especially Infinite, and they're looking for those infield passing plays again. Those were 2 massive avenues of success for them in the first 3 games of this series, but that early challenge is inaccurate. Now Caesar doesn't have the 50 on the Infinite, but Papo is up in the air, has a bit of space, chooses to drop it down for Ari, but the shot is just too high, and Papo is bumped off of the follow-up. Now Divine on the dribble, Papo able to challenge early and alleviate the 1v1, but Caesar ends up getting demoed as Rob searches for another pass, this time off the ceiling. No touch coming through. It'll be Ari to clear out towards the sidewall. Divine on the follow. Extra touch, not around Caesar. Halfway point, still 0-0.
Yeah, nobody finding the back of the net just yet. Papo infield looking for Ori. Ori will hit that one forward, but he just gives it to Divine on the backboard. Does get a dunk, though, in that corner, and the corner boost steal. Big miss from Infinite. Rob was ready. They both miss. It's a double fake. And Ori, his reaction says it all. That's the freest net he could possibly want.
I genuinely don't know what to say. I'm just completely shell-shocked by that, as I'm certain Buffalo are too. That was so awkward. To have that many people not make contact with the ball was absolutely absurd. And now Caesar loses the 50 to Infinite. Infinite's just answering back like nothing ever happened. We might as well still be tied at 0.
He's like, wait, they scored? Oh, I'll just tie up the game. That's exactly what. 2 minutes to go, still left. Infinite will even us up at 1 goal apiece. Heck of a job by him to win that 50-50. As that'll go right off the kickoff. Rob towards net. Big save from Papo. As Ori will look for Caesar on the far side. Can't really do much, so give it back. Ori, sidewall double chance. Not really able to do much there as Rob and the Omaha Buffalo playing a little bit of defense. But I tell you what, these demos have just continued to be a problem for the Omaha Buffalo on their half. And Des Moines is taking full advantage of it. As that touch will go off the sidewall. Caesar will look to win the challenge. Papo on full rotation back, not a ton of boost. Ori working through the midfield. Divine looking for a pass, finds Rob, the 50. Will stay in the midfield. Nobody there for Rob, though, as he kind of gives the ball away. Papo and Ori do get caught. Ori, though, really can't do much. Infinite demoed as the shot from Divine is off target. And 70 seconds, McMaster, we're still even up at 1 apiece.
Arguably, it should be 2-1, if not 3-1, based on some of the opportunities that the Buffalo have had. That should have been a goal for Divine. It was so open. The defense was so catastrophically out of position, and yet somehow, some way, the Cinderella story is still continuing. Ori now looking to be the spark to ignite the offense. Divine will put that out immediately. It's going to be Papa waiting in the corner. Hey, Divine was looking for an extra touch and said it's Rob now to challenge. Caesar, no boost. 1 extra touch to follow, staying under the ball and getting it around Infinite. Gets it, tries getting around Divine as well. It'll be Ari on the follow. Leaves it alone because he's got no more boost left in the tank, but Papo's first the ball. Ari has boost as well. A double commit from Caesar and from Ari could open things up now for the Buffalo. Return fire, Papo's in position, and he will have another routine defensive effort.
Rob kind of gets caught out, though. Has to catch this. Does take his time. Ori, though, doesn't get the corner boost still. Huge play from Rob, as he will likely cement the defensive stop here as Infinite will clear that. Looking for Divine out of a corner read. Rob nearly found the shot. 8 seconds to go. Is that'll go all the way down the field. Divine will keep this one up. Ori off the sidewall will look infield. Anyone there to turn on it? It is. Caesar does keep it up. Infinite goes missing. Caesar towards net. Infinite will keep it up. I love the play. We'll pop it up. Looking for a bump. Infinite again can't keep it up. Overtime. In game 5, Des Moines have to find this one to stay alive.
This is absolutely crucial, and especially how this kickoff plays off. Divine has a shot saved out wide by Papo to the sidewall. Caesar in control. Infinite challenging early in the corner. 51, shot towards net. Caesar has an extra touch and accidentally takes it away from Ori, but Papo still wins the 50 towards the backboard. Ori now on the turn. Rob to beat. Pass towards Caesar. Shot saved up high by Rob once again, but Papo's not alleviating on the pressure. Sent towards the backboard. Ori shot denied once again, this time by Infinite. Rob has boost in the tank and has Divine waiting in the midfield. Papo absolutely 50'd away by Rob. It'll be Caesar taking up high and away. Opportunities coming through from both teams, but still we find ourselves with this game rolling.
45 seconds here into overtime. As Ori will win that touch. Huge demo though from Rob. Infinite trying to find Divine off the backboard. He looked for the read, but he can't get it on target. Papo will get by 2 players. Got by all 3. Caesar can't find the infield pass. Ori's not able to go for it. The cutout. Ori has a shot. Divine has the save. They're all just starving for boost, trying to work their way through. Infinite takes a 50. Rob takes another one, wins the challenge. Ori has to reset as Divine is pre-jumping him off the backboard. Omaha want to put this one to bed right now, but Des Moines, they're staying up with the Owls. They don't want to go to sleep. As Ori will stay on this one. Looks for one more touch. Does get by Divine. Papo will have this one up the sidewall. Looks infield for Caesar, but he's not there. Just Ori left back.
Ori up on the pre-jump, able to save it. Divine shot out wide. Rob's going to be searching for a teammate infield once again. This has been the bread and butter so far for the Buffalo. But coming back the other way, Divine has a great 50. It was crucial to get that out wide, but Papo still maintaining possession. Infinite clearing wide. Rob with the demo and leaves the net totally open. Rob will take it for himself, and the Buffalo avoid a comeback and take it in 5.
And a huge demo from Coach. Sends Des Moines packing, and GG's all around. Omaha will move on, but I have to say, a scary game number 5 for the Buffalo. And I mean, the game, 4 loss was something that, you are not going to be proud of because you gave up 5 to a team. I mean, they had top 4, but heck of a run, though, by the Des Moines ratio. They made something out of nothing, really, there, and did a dang good job of making this series as close as possible. But I really think that if you are the derecho, you are proud of how you played this weekend. I mean, going from 13 seed, getting top 4, you're getting a points that many teams. I mean, you talked about it during the break. Many teams that were supposed to win didn't win tonight. There were a lot of upsets. When you get top 4 like this and you're a really low seed, that's going to help you close the gap a ton.
Absolutely agree. And they should take this game in stride. Take this whole performance in stride. If you look at the numbers from that game, that final game 5, totally even in shots, totally even in saves. the numbers could not be any closer. The main difference was Buffalo did have those assists, more team-oriented plays coming through on the side of the Buffalo, and then they had that final demo play to seal it away. I mean, it was a great fight on the side of Derecho. They, slowly got better and better as the series kept moving on, but it is the Buffalo to make it to the grand finals, where we currently await. Actually, no, we don't await the result. The result is already in for the other semifinal. The Rochester Rhythm and St. Paul Senators 4-1 in favor of the Rochester Rhythm. We have the two very top seeds meeting in the grand finals.
Yeah. And I mean, I hate to say we jinxed it, but we kind of did jinx it. I don't know. I guess you could say we just wanted the best matchup possible. As, a big win for the Rhythm there, as they will meet the number 1 seeded Omaha Buffalo in the grand final of Major Number 1. And honestly, I think if you're the Buffalo, you take the break that you got and you say, okay, we need to iron out not only defensive misses, but just simple defensive mistakes that Des Moines were able to capitalize on for the most part. But at the same time, they honestly, they played a heck of a series. I think the goals in crunch time were really the difference for me for the Omaha Buffalo, as they were able to find the goals that really just ended up being the winning formula, I guess you could say. But I think if you're Omaha, you understand that this next series is not only for points, but it's for big bragging rights. Clearly stating, hey, we're the 1 seed coming into this tournament. We're still the 1 seed. We're still the best team on the field, and nobody can argue with that. If you're Rochester, this is your chance to basically, they were in a 5-1 tie. They both have 25 points, but this is a chance to overtake Omaha for first place and close down the gap that is the tiebreaker, the game differential. But heck of a series overall by both teams, and this next series is I think it's gonna deliver on every front, really. But have you got any closing thoughts? I really don't. I'm excited to get this next one started up.
I think it's almost poetic in a sense, if you will, that we had so many upsets today just to have the number 1 and 2 seed end up meeting in the grand final.
Exactly. Yeah,
the teams you would expect to make it.
No.
After so many upsets, to start things out, we had 8 total matches. Only 3 of the better seeds moved on, going into the top 8 total teams remaining. But Omaha Buffalo showed up and showed out. Rochester Rhythm were done with the Senators pretty quickly. So I'm interested to see how this goes. Both of the top 2 teams won in 4-1 fashion. This really is anyone's ballgame.
Yeah, and I'm excited for sure. When we come back, it is going to be a match for the ages. The number 1 seeded Omaha Buffalo take on the number 2 seeded Rochester Rhythm. We wanted the upsets. We didn't get them. We got them in the first half. They got us in the first half, not going to lie. The second half was a little bit different. We'll see what happens as the number 1 and 2 seed take on each other when we return. Major 1, the final match is yet to come. We'll see you when it comes up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Midwest Championship Series action. All three of us are here for this final series. It doesn't happen very often, but since we all were involved with the night, we might as well end off the night together. As I think we all wanted the upset to happen, the upsets, I guess, to happen. The first half of the major bracket, they did. The second half, guys, not so much. But I'm Stewie. That's Psalms to my right here, and McMaster's on the other side. I mean, I think we're all locked in. I mean, I predictions up, guys. I don't know who's going to win this. 1 versus 2, I'd have a better chance of making a coin flip, but we'll get to our predictions in a second. But McMaster, you and I casted the last series with Omaha. The 1 seed had a couple of struggles, but they were able to win that series 4-1. We'll see what we get from them in this next one.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, their struggles to me seemed to be just purely complacency when it came to, once they were up 3-0, felt like, okay, we can kind of take a little bit off, and then, dropped game 4 in pretty rough fashion. Came back and won in overtime in game number 5. No real questions to have to worry about. They made it happen. They're all good to go. On the side of Rhythm, don't know how that series panned out other than they won in 5 as well. So we have basically identical pathing from these two teams to make it into this grand final. Both teams 5-1, already 25 points, won over Cinderella Story teams, the 13, the 14 seed respectively, in 5 games. Again, coin flip, whatever kind of 50-50 analogy you can come up with, that is how you can summarize the matchup we're about to see.
Yeah. Sorry, Psalms, I don't know why I started talking.
Good. It's all right.
He's
We're getting used to this TriCast thing. I personally, you guys were busy casting this last series here with the Omaha, but I was actually tuning into both series, so I got to see a little bit from the Rochester and the Des Moines and the Rochester and the what was it again? I'm blanking. Jungle?
Spartans or Senators.
Oh yeah, the Senators.
They look like Spartans
right there. Yeah, it did kind of look like Spartans.
They look like Spartans.
But no, I was watching that series, and Rochester were looking pretty good. It looked like it was going to be a sweep. It was honestly like it was kind of watching the same series at the same time. Rhythm looked like they were going to sweep. The Omaha looked like they were going to sweep, and then in game 4, the lower seed actually came back to win a game and sparked some life in the series. And then the Titans ended up conquering in the end and meeting each other in the grand finals. So, like you guys said, they had extremely similar runs to the way here. And now, do we want to jump straight into predictions? I know exactly all. I'll let you guys do your predictions first.
McMaster, if you've got yours, I go right ahead. But chat voting, throw up RHY in chat hash to use the hashtag if you think the Rhythm are going to win. And if you think the Buffalo are going to win, use hashtag buff. McMaster.
I got a literal coin.
Best of 7. You're literally flipping it. This guy.
Oh yeah. It's really casino shit, but I know which is heads and which is tails, so I'm gonna just do it real quick. Heads for the 1 seed, tails for the 2. Good flick. Heads. Buffalo are taking it.
How many games?
God, as many as it takes, dude.
Keep flipping it.
As many as it takes. Zoms?
How in the world am I supposed to flip coins for a game majority?
I don't know. It's too much math. Zoms, who you got?
I was leaning Omaha initially. Okay, I was leaning. I was sitting in that channel. I was watching both the games, and tell you what, I just think Omaha have been so strong all season. They were coming into this as the first seed. I was going to lead towards them. But then the Rhythm just had to join our voice call, and they were just so confident. They were just, gassing each other up. They were just having a good time. And I think, that confidence means that this marathon has not affected them at all. And I think they're going to go into this final series looking strong. They're going to take it in, let's say 6. Say 6. They're not even going the distance. I'm saying 6 with the Rhythm.
I'm going to be honest.
You're the tiebreaker.
Yeah, he's the tiebreaker. I'm the tiebreaker. What am I saying? He's the tiebreaker.
You're the tiebreaker.
I'm the tiebreaker.
You in second person are the tiebreaker.
I'm going Omaha. I feel like Omaha's going to win. I don't know. We got to find it out on the field. We're going to load in Buffalo versus Rhythm. 1 seed versus 2. I'm going Omaha, and it's going to be in 6. I don't think we're going game 7 because I don't think we have enough to get there. Regardless, we're going to have some fun. Rocket League is on the way as T-Shag, Wybusy, and Flo will take to the field. Rob, Divine, and Mr. Infinite. I mean, the team that was put together to win, Rob built it around him. We'll see if they can get a Major 1 title to begin, but they have to go through the Rhythm, who are the 2 seed for a reason, and they've been pretty darn good. As Infinite right away, a good open shot opportunity, but he doesn't really get anything. Rob off the corner, Divine looking for an infield pass, but 30 seconds in, Buffalo knocking at the door, but they can't quite make their way through.
Yeah, just some small shooting inaccuracies. And we saw a little bit of this from the prior series as well. But ultimately, just the sheer number of possessions that the Omaha Buffalo were able to create for themselves were more than enough to get the job done. However, being up against this 2 seed, I don't know if that is going to be the case. Infinite had a shot, but the Shake is going to be able to take it away. Looking for an extra touch as well, but it's Divine to cut it off into the corner. Flo going to be able to deal with it calmly in the corner. Again, both teams just kind of having a feeling out process right now, but it has been the Buffalo so far that have been pushing upfield further.
Yeah, but it might be, here we come, Rhythm with the first chance, and maybe their game's looking for a close range double. It's going to be Busy to close it, and that's the first goal of the series. Proving me right. I'm joking. I'm going to play that game, but Busy starting the goals, and, in the previous series, they were looking real hot on offense, and Busy, I'm going to say, is my standout player in the previous series. He was just looking so aggressive, so volatile, and every single time we saw him on the offensive end, he was making something special happen, and this time that wasn't anything crazy, but he does slot it confidently, and that is what you want to see from the second seed, trying to make it the first seed.
Confidence is huge here, as we'll see what we get out of Rob and the boys. As Rob's cam is actually turned upside down. I don't know how that's possible, but regardless, Rhythm are able to strike first, and they did make an actual roster change, picking up Flo from St. Paul. It was not really a 1-for-1 switch, but kind of a drop and add sort of scenario. So utilizing that trade window to their advantages. We'll see what Omaha does here. They did give up a couple of opening goal leads to Des Moines, but Omaha's offense was just better for it. But they are facing a completely different team in the Rochester Rhythm. As Divine will have to make that save, does get demoed, and Busy already, I can see McMaster is going to be a problem for Omaha to deal with on their back line.
I mean, the physical plays are what helped out, in the one game that Buffalo did drop in their last series, and they're coming through in number right now. Easy shot comes through to Shega, able to get it into the bottom right corner just underneath Divine. The Rhythm, absolutely feeling the Rhythm right now. 2 goals to their name already. We haven't even hit the halfway point. And regardless of Buffalo having a couple offensive opportunities, they haven't been the ones that have been unable to capitalize while it's Busy looking for a second. He drops it down for a teammate. No one is available at this moment. Those demo plays, though, those can keep on adding up in number. We might honestly see a quick series.
Yeah, Omaha are trying to break free of this Rhythm. Just vice grip, really. They've just been holding down the pressure, holding down the offense, taking control of the boost as well, and every single chance they've had on goal has been threatening. This might be a decent chance, but the 50 goes all the way wide. Shega does get demoed for it. Rob trying to be found, but it just goes missing to Shega, trying to find a way out. Flo, low boost, has to give it over to Divine. Divine is looking for a shot, and Infinite just goes missing on the demo. Busy, heroics in the goalie. Another double demo. Divine trying to force it through. Flo's boost has run out, but thankfully Busy is right behind to get a massive dunk. It might just find its way into the goal, and Rob, Kyle Lackett on the back line, couldn't do anything about that. The Rhythm find themselves 3 goals up in game 1.
Oh, you just have to wince at that touch from Infinite. I highly doubt that he was going for that, as I don't think he was looking to make that touch into Busy. And Busy is an interesting player because a small tidbit that I think you guys will find very, very important. Busy has played a majority of his Rocket League career on console. Was on a console for, all the way up until, I believe, the beginning of this season. So this is technically his first full season playing on a PC. And I tell you what, when I made that jump from console to PC, I felt like a completely different player. Not only input delay drops, but overall, you gotta applaud the more frames per second. But Omaha are able to get one back. A minute 40 still left to go for the Buff boys to get back in this game, but we'll see what they can do.
Still plenty of time on the clock for them, and I'll tell you, I made the exact same jump. Started on Xbox, moved over to PC, and it is just such a mind-numbing difference. It is so completely different. There is no way of comparing the two properly, and that honestly could be one of the key differentiators here, is that he feels like a completely new man playing on the PC compared to the console, and it's currently showing right now. They're up 3-1. Granted, they weren't the team to score most recently, but they're again building on offense. There's around 60 seconds remaining. They're in full control. They're looking for passes in field. They've gotten demos. They're basically playing the game that they want to play, and they're not backing off regardless of how tough of a matchup is in front of them. As Infinite looks for a pass opportunity, wins the 50, but it pinches across the net. Divine trying to reset the opportunity for his team. Flo takes the 50 early. It's going to be cleared out ever so slowly. Flo just looking to waste time, and he's doing so successfully.
Yeah, Omaha are going to need to turn this around right now. Down 2 going into the final 40 seconds here. Oh my goodness. Shega almost gets a crazy goal, but Infinite opting to play the low 50. Divine is so awkward. Does outplay one, but it ends up in Flo's hand. Gets Infinite. Oh, Infinite just does an early challenge, which is perfect for them. They need to find a player, but it just goes down to the entire length of the field, and Busy is happy to just play this slow over one, almost over a second. He's able to stay on it. They're looking for a demo. Rob is trying to find a way out of this. Has 20 seconds left. They need to find a way out because they're down by 2.
In the corner, Divine. Oh, nearly Infinite. If he finds that, it's a game, but doesn't find the angle. Hits the post. Divine towards net, though. Hold on a minute. 4 seconds to go. Only a 1-goal advantage. Omaha don't want to let this game 1 die.
I mean, 4 seconds is not a lot, but for a team like the Buffalo, it is still more than enough. Interesting to see what the kickoff strategy is going to be. 2 diagonal players on each side. It is a standard kickoff. The kickoff, however, goes right towards Busy. It's Divine. He can't get underneath it. The Rhythm take game number 1, and honestly, based on how it felt throughout most of the game, it was their game to lose. They were the better team to start things out.
Omaha did get some traction near the end of that one, though, and I think that's important to note. You know, it's game 1. You know, I've probably said this about, you know, every single game tonight. Game 1 is extremely important, but you know, you can lose game 1 and still find, you know, I don't want to be corny, but find your rhythm and get going in the rest of the series. And I think Omaha are the ones that just need to, you know, get some traction and get going. And they did kind of look like they started firing up towards the end of that game. And Rhythm did enough to hold on and stay strong, but it's going to take a lot more than that to close out this series.
You take a look back at the highlights, and I think if you're the Rhythm, you are absolutely happy with how you played in that last game. But if you are the Buffalo, you made it close at the end. You felt like you could have done a little bit more, and they 100% could have done a little bit more. But I think if you're the Rhythm, you're happy with how this game went. You're happy that you're able to open up the scoring early, and I think you're only going to improve from there. Really, I mean, it's going to be a heck of a series for sure.
Absolutely agree, but I mean, Buffalo now drop the first game of the series, something we have not seen from them while the Rhythm stay extraordinarily strong. Rob's 50 away by Busy to start things out. He's in search of bumps once again. This is just going to be their bread and butter throughout the entire series. Tashega has a great touch, but not quite on target, as Flo is denied as well. Divine bringing it downfield. Rob looking for a pass towards Divine. Extra touch. Rejected at the goal line by Tashega. He's bringing it back downfield. Divine was taken off the field of play. Busy towards the backboard double. Finds its way towards net, but it's off the post. What a goal that would have been from Busy. Somehow Omaha escaped with a tied ball game.
I believe that the 4th defender, the post, just blessed the Omaha. They're going to absolutely take that. Rob is trying to get a minute of a counterattack, and this time the post, it is an undercover agent, because this time the post gradually just let this one go in. I mean, this looked like it might have been the same exact situation, but the post was so kind to them. And, you know, that is the type of accuracy that we want to see from Omaha, and they are in the lead starting this game, and they're looking to further that.
Right off the kickoff, though, T-Shag off the backboard. Rob will shut it down. Busy on the quick follow-up. Flo will commit as well, and man, Rochester really living in the midfield here. A lot of speed on their follow-ups, and as a double commit, though, from them will result in Flo, the third man, having to commit into that corner. Infinite Does shut down that challenge. Busy will press forward into the corner. Divine's touch gets away from him. Rob, though, gives it right to Flo. Top left slot as Rhythm will tie up the game.
I mean, how much pressure was Buffalo under there? I mean, my goodness, it was just insurmountable. Pass after pass, shot after shot. The backboard and net were getting peppered with attempts left and right. It was bound to happen at some point in time. Finally, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It is Rochester Rhythm able to break through and tie us up, but immediately on the press once again is the Buffalo. Popped up high towards the Vine, dropping it infield towards Infinite. Busy, though, has it clear. He's got no boost to the take, but he still has an angle and has the space. He will simply walk it on through. It's easy for Busy. Rhythm have their second.
Busy's never missing that one. Just really simply done. This third man commits on that, and Busy just making one touch, and it just kind of rolls the whole, the length of the pitch down. He just taps it in, and the Rhythm getting a kind of a free lead here. Omaha are gonna feel like they might have gave up that lead, and then the equalizer just kind of went to waste. I mean, it kind of feels like they just let it slip. I want to see them fight back and get that, and the commitment for the third man, it's not going to be forgiven by a team like the Rhythm. Every single time you're going to commit, overcommit, this team will take that inch and stretch it into a mile. Busy on the counterattack here, trying to start something again. And this team has just been so volatile. Oh my, almost finds the top shelf of the net again. And the pressure, it just keeps building.
It feels like Omaha just haven't woken up in this series so far yet. It feels like they're a sleeping giant ready to strike. As Infinite will hit that. What a big miss, though. Follow-up from Divine is on target. Shut down by Busy. T-Shank will demo him and get the counterattack. They're just an entourage of deleting the Omaha players on the field.
The Rhythm just look like a complete militia right now, taking out targets left and right. Hitmen for hire are the Rhythm as they just get another physical play to go their way. 3-1 now for the Rhythm. I mean, Buffalo started off pretty solid. They got their first goal, and then ever since then, it's just been the Rhythm going crazy. Divine is trying to turn the tides, but Tashega wins another 50. Has his flip still. No extra touch as Infinite hits it off the backboard, but Busy is first there. Rob to meet him. Flo now, taking his time towards the sidewall. Boost to work with. Extra touch to the backboard. Divine clearing up high, but Busy's waiting in the wings. Pops straight up, dropping straight down right in front of the net. Infinite with a very important clear, but the pressure is still mounting.
Omaha find themselves in the same position they were in last game, down 3-1. They want to find, giving themselves that chance, even just bringing it down to one goal. Last game, they found that goal on 4 seconds. This game, maybe they're looking to do that a little bit sooner to give themselves some breathing room. They are not going to do it when they're stuck in their half, though. They need to get out of here. The Rhythm's pressure has been outstanding. It's been unrelenting. It's just been suffocating. Divine just goes for a big boom. Busy's going up for it. Rob almost looking for a demo. There's kind of an awkward touch out to Shega. A couple players go missing. Divine trying to find his way underneath, but Flo has that covered, too. Rob just opts to put it to his corner, but it's a rough bounce. Shega catches one, fakes one. The 50 does go Rob's way. Rob is trying to find Divine. Divine is 50 a teammate. Divine... the pressure just was too much, and Omaha just cannot keep their grip on offense for longer than it seems like 10 seconds.
Turnaround, Divine into the midfield, has 100 boost to work with. Did seal the corner, looking for a reset, but shut down by T-Shag and Flo, who will combine. Busy, the only one with boost out of those two. And as you see, T-Shag grab the corner, leaves Flo, though, with nothing in his tank. Busy does miss that touch. A minute to go as Omaha and Rochester locked in a battle here, but Rochester really has just had the better fare of this so far as they do kind of catch a counterattack because Flo nearly caught that out. I don't know what Rob was doing there, kind of fed Flo the ball and said, here, you want to score 4? That's 40 seconds. It's like Rob's the sleeper agent for the Rhythm. We knew it all along, but Divine, though, we'll cut the lead in half. You know what? McMaster, it was 4 seconds in the last game. It's 36 seconds. I would say 36 seconds is a little bit more comfortable.
Mildly, yeah. 9 times the amount of time they had prior. Absolutely. And they're well within striking distance. It's really only one goal that they need. That is it is very much attainable. Not easily attainable, but it is definitely doable. The question is, can they make it happen? Divine's got no more boost in the tank, but he's still in control of the ball. Around Busy. Rob on the follow, taken away by Tashega. Once again, it's just the offense being a great defender for the side of the Rhythm. As the more pressure they have on offense, the longer the ball's going to stay in that half, and the less chance that Buffalo are going to have to come back. It's a stealing shot opportunity from Divine. He doesn't have it. Rob's going to circle on back, pass up towards Divine. He tries pre-jumping the pass. Too risky of an opportunity to try to take that, but Infinite is still centering it out. Divine shot saved up high, hits the ground. Rhythm take it and go 2-0.
Rhythm looking so hot right now, and I just want to put this out there. So Rhythm won their first series 4-3. They won their second series 4-2. They won their third series 4-1. Every single game every single series they've gone, they have taken one, or the opposing team has gotten one less game. If it's in the cards, that means this might end up being a 4-0. And it's on track. That's all I'm saying, guys. It might be in the cards.
I will say it's definitely possible, but at the same time, I feel like, Omaha being the 1 seed, you have to think they're going to get one. You know what I mean? Like, eventually they're going to find one. But honestly, it just seems like, I know, it just seems like Omaha just is asleep right now. It's like, guys, this is a grand final. You're playing for points here. I mean, this is, you got to be locked in. As clearly, they're not. Things have got to change here. But, I think overall, if you are Omaha, you look at this third game as not necessarily a do or die game, but this is kind of a do or die game for me, McMaster.
I would certainly say so. You're facing the 2 seed that have the same record as you. If you drop this game, you suddenly have to reverse sweep them. We already thought, in the last series that we casted over, that it was going to be a tough challenge for Derecho to reverse sweep Buffalo. And they got a game, and we started, feeling a bit of confidence because we thought, okay, maybe this can happen. This is a 5-1 team compared to a 2-4 team. A reverse sweep, you would think would be more possible. At the same time, it would be a lot more challenging just because both these teams are so highly qualified. This has to be a win on the side of the Buffalo. It's a good opportunity early. Infinite gets an extra touch towards Rob, but he's bumped off the ball, and Divine doesn't have an angle either. Now Tashega around the last defender. It is so simple right now for the Rhythm. There is no stopping this offense.
That was so smart from Shega. It looked like Flo was about to go ahead and get the demo, and it looked like the defender recognized that and opted to challenge early. Shega just immediately recognized that and cuts the ball in and just has an open net. That was so smart. That was such a high-level play right there, and it seemed like something so simple. All he did was cut the ball once and put it on an open net, but it was so many small details compacted into one touch. That was beautiful. I really liked seeing that. And so far, once again, Rhythm just looking so confident, so solid. They're willing to get, all the types of offense. We've seen the high-flying offense. We've seen the grimy on the ground. We've seen the flicks. We've seen the demos. We've really seen so much creativity from this Rhythm squad. And Omaha, who you said were sleeping most of the series, that's another really great infield pass and a shot, but the creativity has been lacking compared to Rhythm.
As that is another chance. Flo will miss that touch. T-Sheg off the sidewall. We'll let Busy and Flo just kind of combine for it. Rob nearly dunks Flo for that as T-Shega will leave it for Busy, and we'll continue on the ball. Just possession for Rhythm at this point as Rob will choose not to commit for that, and Infinite's kind of slow on the follow-up. Divine misses his shot. That could have been a tie game, and you're talking about confidence. Rochester started the season 4-0, technically 5-0 as Rob will score that one off the bump, but Rochester started the season 4-0, won their first series last week to become 5-0, and then ended up losing in their last series. So the last series they played, they lost. Coming into this major, they obviously are a different team, or have thought about, with the trade window, they obviously are a different team, but they've definitely, improved. This is a run to the grand final. They're getting points regardless, but at the same time, 3 minutes still left to go, and Omaha only down by 2 in this series. Anything is possible. Lead is never safe, but That's a good answer from Omaha. They're not letting this game get away from them.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. As Divine and Infinite are looking to work in tandem. It's sent over towards the corner, pops up high. Infinite doesn't have a read. Tashega's up high, but instead it's Rob, whose shot goes just off the bar. Rob has had a couple of missed touches and or inaccuracies on touches that he does make contact with throughout this game that have cost his team a couple of goals. He's Divine in search of a double tap off the sidewall. He doesn't have it. Rob is going to commit early. Tashega popping up high towards Busy. Back off the backboard. Double opportunity for Busy. Shot not quite on target. Busy looking to extend the lead, and he has been busy on offense all night long.
That was pretty funny, but we got to get back on the offense here. They're looking to find the lead again, and Shega just put it to the side this time, but he's going off the ceiling. He's trying to get creative again. This time he's going to get the reset, going high, looking for a pass, but Rob actually, maybe Defendo's, or Demo's the guy that was supposed to take the shot. Rob also gets a demo on Shega again. Rob is just running demolition over here. He got another one. He got the whole team. Divine maybe passing it over to Rob, but Rob just could not quite find that one. It was a little bit awkward. Divine opting to stick on the play here. Infinite actually has maybe a shot opportunity. Just find its way to Busy's car, and Shega just has lots of space. He just pop it away and then gets bumped off. Infinite just a soft pop onto the net, and Flo is easily able to collect that, and might as well be 3 points for Flo.
Infinite will stay on this. Going to drop it to Rob. Rob just hits it to the corner. I mean, I would have liked to see a little bit more imagination there. You get a great infield pass. Nobody challenges you. If you're on the side of the Buffalo, as lining up another shot is the rhythm, but you got a lot of time there, and Rob just sends it to the corner. I mean, yes, it happens. Mistakes are definitely gonna happen, but you're in a grand final. This is where you really, your team needs to step up big. As Divine looking for a double, T-Shake, huge save. As Infinite towards the net, shut down again by Busy. Flo will go missing, but call it a fake because Divine wasn't ready for it. 45 seconds now to go. As that'll go infield, Rob was there. He does get another demo as he's playing a little bit more physical for the Buffalo, but they still can't break through.
Pass now going out towards Busy. Double attempted, but unsuccessful. Flo, the only one back. Now Divine on the dribble. Goes underneath one, has to search for an extra touch. Drops it over the top of the net. It'll be Busy nuking it up high once again. Tashega waiting patiently on the touch from Rob. It's a light touch right in front of the orange net. Divine faked out. Infinite early challenge. Rob now first to the ball. Over Flo. Divine waiting in the wings. Extra touch off the corner wall. Rob in the air. Extra touch comes through from Tashega though. Final 10 seconds. Infinite trying to do something with the ball. It's Flo sending it downfield off the demo from Busy. Tashega centered out once again. Rob and Divine trying to build offense. They're going to have to do in the air if they want to seal it before overtime.
This is those 0 seconds. It might be the last play of the game. It is overtime. Omaha trying to find life in this series, and they make it to overtime, a place where they hadn't even gotten to before. Divine off the ceiling. This might be the first chance of overtime. He's trying to find it over one, but Busy heroics on the goal line manages to keep his team alive in this series. Now, Infinite trying to find the back wall here. It's going to be a tough read, but it's okay for Divine. He can just read anything. He's a wizard, and he finds the top shelf of the net. That was an incredible way to put your name into this series.
And yeah, that's really what they needed to do, though, is put their name into this series. They needed to get on the score sheet, and that's exactly what they do. Omaha will get one on the board as they will cut the lead in half. Now 2-1 in this series, but anything is possible. But overall, I think, really, Omaha it feels like they're thinking far too much about this series. They obviously are, an incredible team, but they're the one seed for a reason. And in this team that's the 2 seed, the Rhythm, you should have the confidence to know, hey, we're the 1 seed, they're the 2. At the same time, though, I guess you could say it's hard to have confidence over a team that you're only over because of game differential. But even then, you're here for a reason, and I think Omaha is just trying to do too much. And if they simplify their game just a little bit, like, with the physical plays, with the simple passing, touches into the midfield, like this play from Infinite, that's all you got to do. Find the back of the net.
Honestly, I was gonna argue almost the opposite.
They're too simple.
On the side of offense. I felt like a couple other things were a little bit too predictable, a little too cookie cutter. Like just, you know, simple touches into the corner. You know, it didn't feel like infield passes were coming through near as much when that was one of their highest success points during their series prior. So I feel like they can look for those more. I do think the physical plays are something you need to bring in. So on that side of things, yes, incorporate that. And you could call it simplifying, you could call it doing something new, whatever you want to call it a change in their offense. They did finally get a game, and they did take it with more shots to their name. It was 11-8, I believe. So they did have at least 3 more shots. We were able to take it in overtime. It was a good game. One of the things I really need to see is I need to see Rob start to step up. He did draft this team, yes, but it's to play around him. And he's had a couple too many inaccuracies. He's got to step up and be the leader that this offense desperately needs.
Well, getting into this one, it's been quite back and forth in the midfield here. Divine looking for a teammate. Rob almost was that guy again. And Infinite trying to break through here. He has to pre-flip to that one, but Shaggy just puts it over to Busy. Busy has really been just the star player for me. He's really been just doing so much work. I mean, I would call him the star player, but really every single player on the Rhythm has been, you know, just such good team players. And Shaggy almost finds the back of the net, but he snipes the inside of the post and it just goes banging out. Quite unfortunate, but this time the accuracy was there, and he finds the bottom left corner of the net, right past the defender. And, you know, I was just about to say something about accuracy, and then I got instantly shut up.
And Infinite had no boost, but at the same time, I think T-Shag was expecting his shot to be saved. His reaction kind of said, okay, well, I guess that's just in. Infinite did have nothing in the tank, so, you know, it is not an easy save, especially with the ball coming at you at, you know, Mach 10, but I mean, that's another mistake on the back line. Omaha do give up that bad save as another shot there that just gets away from them, and Busy's able to clean it up. Good placement.
It's a perfect shot. I mean, 2-0 from Rhythm. This is a perfect way to answer back after that last game loss. Scoring 2 and scoring 2 quickly. Not even 75 seconds into the game. The pressure is all back on. It's almost as if that game never even happened. They're simply moving on. And you got to applaud the mental fortitude that Rhythm had put up. I mean, Zoms had mentioned earlier on that he got to watch both series and he got to hear about the team interview after. I'm going to skip over Infinite's goal. That didn't happen right now. But Rhythm's mental fortitude had been extremely strong. They've only gotten better as the tournament's gone on. They feel confident. They feel refreshed. It doesn't seem as though this marathon has affected them as much as it has possibly Buffalo. You can see that up until Infinite was finally able to answer back. Maybe we'll see Buffalo have a bit of a resurgence, but Rhythm do seem more awake still.
Yeah, Omaha really do. I was going to mention this earlier. The marathon can take its toll, and it seems like Omaha might just be, you know, they might have used their last leg in that last series, but they are finally starting to, you know, wake up. They're finally starting to become alive, and Rhythm have been doing a great job just shutting them out this game, but they are showing more signs of life this game. You know, they're finding themselves more in the midfield. They're trying to place their shots a little bit better. They're picking up the pace. I've been liking a lot more what I've been seeing from them. Now, Rhythm still just staying so strong, and, you know, they're always going to be a tough... It's going to be a tough battle no matter what, but Rob trying to prove me wrong once again. Divine pre-jumping, it looked like, and Infinite into the corner. Just opts to pass it back to Divine. Divine assaulting this back wall. If you could score on it, they would have.
Good pop touch from Busy, looking for a bump. Infinite hits the crossbar. We'll recover, no boost for him. We'll fake out T-Shag. T-Shag goes flying by the ball. The 50 goes right to Divine, and Flo sends a message back with that fake. As he'll go off the backboard looking for a follow-up from one of his teammates. But, you know, Zoms, back to your point when we started the night, it is going to be a long night of Rocket League, and it is proven to be. A lot of games, a lot of game sevens, a lot of opportunities for teams really to, you know, work on their game and improve it. But, I mean, overall, this Challenger weekend has been great. I think Major One definitely is one that, you know, we'll look back on at the end of the season of, you know, maybe the best teams here that played are the teams that'll be the high seeds going into, you know, that LAN tournament, because, you know, only top 8 gets to go to that tournament. And obviously both of these teams, either one, whichever wins, they're likely going to do pretty darn well at getting into the top 8. But I think a Major One win would only help your confidence. As Busy one towards the net, shut down by Divine. 90 seconds. Buffalo got to find one to extend this game.
That's going to be Divine with a bit of control. 50, it's straight up high. Rob got a demo, but the 50 is so brutal. Divine had to completely circle back to the other side of the field. Rob is going to collect it on the sidewall and still has a bit of boost to work with. Looking for a 50 on flow. Has it towards the backboard. Busy's going to be first to the ball. Will be Divine now over towards the sidewall. Boosting the tank as well. Going up to the ceiling. Space to work with. Tashega waiting for the 50. The 50 is extremely neutral. Busy has a touch into the corner once again, but still the offense is piling on the pressure. No shots coming through. Infinite gets a center out, but Divine was taken off the field of play violently by Tashega. And again, it is still Buffalo who are reeling.
Omaha down 1. We're going into the final 40 seconds here. They need to fight back right now. Infinite does get outplayed. Shega's looking just to close out whatever dream they had. Divine has to keep this one safe. Just throws into his own corner. There's a demo in the midfield, which gives him a little bit more space. Robin setting a high-flying ball for Infinite, but it's such a tough read. He just couldn't quite find that one, and Rob is going to opt to... Oh, he does get faked by Shega. Just keep it in their corner. Busy trying to find a way to just keep this pressure going.
15 seconds now. Rob across the field. Divine pre-jumped it. Gonna keep it up, but nobody from Buffalo was ready for the turnaround touch. As T-Shag will go off the ceiling. Busy's 50 will lead into a Rob double, but Flo was ready for it and sat back and will kill that one down to the ground. Rhythm are 1 game away from claiming Major 1.
Yeah, they are extremely far in for the first time. Oh, never mind. That was not a timeout. That's just a spelling correction. Rob was correcting himself. I thought we were finally having a timeout, but I still think regardless, we're not going to get one. Teams are very well aware of the fact that timeouts are in play, but no one, I guess, really wants to call them. I feel as though they just want to keep on moving, knock out the event, and just go from there. But, I mean, how do you slow down the rhythm at this point in time? Their offense has been extremely potent and has been very difficult to slow down.
They have just been, on beat every step of the way. They've just been brutal, hitting every single stride, every single note. And to stop a team that are just, finding their way into the series like this, you just gotta go all out. And, they're backed into this corner, And we've seen this a couple times today, and we've seen a couple teams try to come back and try their absolute hardest to fight when they're down, and there's not been much success. But if anyone is gonna do it, it's gonna be the current 1 seed. Come on, Omaha. You have to keep fighting. You have to keep pushing. We have to see you wake up. We know it's a marathon, but it's the last stretch. You just have to, fight with everything you've got. And going into this, potential last game, Rhythm are trying to close it out here. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell indeed. 5 minutes to go. Game 5 on the board. Buffalo going to find this one to force a game 6. And right off the kickoff, a double commit comes out from them in the front half, 10 seconds in, and that's not what you want to see. T-Shag towards net. Shut down by Divine, and Omaha's defense has not been terrible, but it's not been good. And that's the difference really for me, is they've let up a couple of, back-to-back plays where it's back-to-back goals for Rochester, and all of a sudden, Omaha's offense has to come out on the field, and they have to, they're down 2-0. That cannot happen here if they want to win this series. As at 50-50 goes midfield. Flo is up. We'll hit it off the backboard. 2 players, neither of them make contact. And Flo, I don't think he had any idea that neither player from Omaha was going to have that ball, in a miscommunication for the Buffalo. Does not result in a goal, and they sure got lucky on that play.
Oh yeah, Buffalo will be thanking their lucky stars for that. That was extraordinarily close. Flo caught completely off guard by the rare miss on the side of Omaha. Instead, the Buffalo still just being pushed up against their own net. Flo's shot saved by Rob. Up high is Divine, but he has no touch. Infinite able to clear it out towards midfield, but Busy is once again just going to keep it in the blue half. Over towards the sidewall, it's Rob versus the challenge. Off the ceiling goes Busy. It'll be Divine hitting it away to Shega, maintaining position. Rob, full field clear. Divine has boost. It's a passing play, and the double from Divine will be... I thought it was going to be saved for a sec. Busy was credited for a save, but Divine is able to get the job done, and Buffalo have themselves an early lead.
Yeah, that was a struggle to find its way to the back of the net. Busy almost was the miracle they needed, and it just unfortunately stopped on the goal line. Nothing more than that, and Infinite was able to wrap back around and get that goal for them. That is the lead for Omaha. We have not seen that for a while. We want that, but they have to be able to maintain it. Every time they get a lead, they quickly lose it. Now, they're going to be holding on desperately for this one. Rob trying to get something started. Option to play for the flick. Does get read by Flo, though. He does find a demo on the other side of the field. Busy staying active on the play. Big 50 comes out. The boost might be running dry for both sides here. But we're in the Omaha corner. There might be a chance here, Divine. Just trying to, count his blessings. Stay sharp. Stay, safe. And they don't need a score. They're just going to stay, safe here. And they're backed into this wall. They've been trying to fight out for so long. The pressure was building for a while, but they do manage to find a way out. And maybe they even have a chance to score here. But coming down to about half the game here, and this might be a chance finally. It's going to be fighting its way netward. It looked like almost an impossible angle, but there's no angle that's too tough for Busy. Busy just flips into position, so confidently jumps up and slams it into the far post to even out this series halfway through this game.
And I'm not saying that's a heartbreaker for Omaha, but you open game 5, a must-win game with a goal, and then give up a chance, and Busy's able to convert that. I mean, Omaha obviously it's not game breaking. It's not the end of them just yet, but that it's back breaking. It's like, okay, we worked for a goal, and then he, we allow something like that to find its way in. I mean, it wasn't a bad shot. It was a really good shot. And that's the tough part of it, is accepting the fact that, okay, yeah, he hit it, whatever. And you got to move on. That's the tough part. And Omaha, I hope they do that, because they have to find this game. Divine off the ceiling using it, but can't find the double. And T-Shake knows last back is infinite. And him and Rob will combine on the pinch to get this one down. McMaster, 2 minutes to go, and we're even up at 1 apiece.
Looking for a way back into this series. It is just 1-1 currently, but if they want to, get back into this, they have to start marching now. Rob, just leaving it for Divine. Divine might be trying to start something. This might be a golden opportunity. Goes for a fake, but Flo doesn't have any of that nonsense. Shuts it down immediately. Looking for that tight angle double, but Flo just stays confident and trying to barrel it down the field for maybe one of his own. Divine does get demoed for his efforts, and Flo just, he's staying so aggressive. I love to see that. Shega this time off the backboard. It's going to be a sharp angle. It might find Divine, but keeps it safe. Busy. Pops it forward. That might be 2. That is a double commit. Rob all on his own on the attack. Does find himself a demo at least, but Busy is looking for the dagger. He just gets pushed out, and Infinite keeping his team alive. No boost for the Omaha here. Divine just slams it into his own. No, Flo is just going to shoot it on net. Infinite scrambling back, does manage to keep it up for now, but the boost totals are so low for Omaha. They need a way out right now.
That was a little bit of space. He passes it to Divine, and that is once again the success that Buffalo had seen in the last series. Finding those infield passes. Rob bringing it right back to Divine. Neither had much boost. That was basically a Hail Mary possession. Someone had to find it. It is going to be Divine in the middle of the field. Buffalo trying to climb back. They have a lead once again, and the question is, can they hold it? They could not after the first goal, but it's going to be Busy. Low 50. Bit of boost to work with as well, but it's going to be Tashega to take control. On the dribble now, popping up high, trying to possibly bump out Rob, but it is unsuccessful as Divine now is the first to challenge. Winning the race to the ball. Small amount of boost in the tank. Challenged early by Tashega. Cleared out wide again by Rob. Right now, Buffalo's doing a great job keeping the ball in the orange half until Busy takes the words away from me and just proves me wrong, but Infinite has another full clear. Final 15 to go.
2-1 advantage. Omaha trying to hang on here. Flo will wait for it. Gets dunked. Huge challenge from Rob. Divine keeps it into the midfield. 6 seconds. All they got to do is down it. It's off the sidewall. T-Shake has it. The bump comes out of Divine. The double commit as Busy goes infield. And Rob will have that clear. Surely that'll hit the ground as we're going to go to a game 6. Omaha will not die out just yet. And we have a timeout.
Yeah, they call it timeout. Is this the first timeout we've had on stream?
It is indeed.
Yes.
Oh my, in the finals. Oh, beauty, Rhythm, finally. They finally took a timeout. And we'll see if it pays off, I think it's actually a smart play when a team starts gathering momentum, and Omaha were gathering momentum, We said this multiple times throughout the series that we think they're, getting traction, but I don't think it's just a thing where Omaha are getting momentum. I think Rhythm might have started slipping because their accuracy was not just nothing compared to the games before. Omaha this game, look at how many saves they put up though. Is that 11? I think I count 11 saves from the Omaha, and Rhythm have a staggering 1. So, just looking at the two, I don't mean to throw shade or anything, but Omaha just seems so confident on the goal line, and the only 2 shots that the only 2 shots that Omaha had all game were, there were goals. The only 2 opportunities they had, 2 for 2.
And a timeout has been called, so I'll go ahead and get that on the screen as a timeout for Rochester, as I will, of course, start the timer now at 1 minute. So, they've got a minute to really talk about, what went wrong in that game, but also what could be changed for, to end this series. Because I tell you what, that last game is the toughest to win by a mile. Overall, I think it's the toughest to win. And if you are the Rhythm, you have to figure out what you did differently and just, adjust is really what I'll say. And honestly, to me, guys, what they have been doing so well is playing, physical at the important times, and not necessarily randomly, but sort of randomly. If you are, McMaster, if you are the Rhythm trying to put this game to bed, trying to put this series to bed, I said Omaha needs to play simpler. I think Rochester needs to play even more simple.
Yeah, break it down to the basics. Just keep working those infield passes. Stay physical. That's obviously helped throughout the course of the series. And then just specifically don't let last game get to you. If we looked at those numbers again, 9 saves on the side of the Omaha Buffalo, that is basically unheard of. And again, the only 2 shots the entirety of the team had happened to find the back of the net. It is extraordinarily rare for a game following that game script and those numbers to end up playing out as such, to where the team with lesser shots and being back in their own half for seemingly the whole game ends up taking the win. So for that style of game to play out as such for Buffalo, you could argue it's a bit lucky in that Rhythm kind of let one get out of their hands. And that's honestly what you have to say if you're in the camp of Rhythm. Talk about that. Just, discuss how you guys were the ones on offense. You had better opportunities. You just simply need to find your way to the back of the net, and I honestly think the best way to do that, take people off the field to play. Or, better yet, just throw it at the net, because it's bound to find the back of it anyways.
Yeah, this was just a great opportunity. The first opportunity they had of the all game just really caught the entirety of the Omaha defense with no boost or out of position, and, slams one at the top of the net, and it's a goal. They open up the scoring for our game 6 here, and Rhythm, that timeout's already paying off. I'm going to keep preaching it. That timeout's important.
So yeah, 4.5, another one on target. T-Shag out of nowhere in the midfield kind of catches Omaha lacking a little bit as Flo wins that 50-50 challenge, and Infinite and Rob both with boost, McMaster, and neither one able to turn on that. A giant miscommunication from both of those two, because, if nobody goes, it's just going to be a free shot.
Yeah, I'd argue it's significantly worse for neither of them to go than for both them to go. They need to at least bring the aggression, especially following a timeout. You're down 1 already. Then that now comes into play. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if double commits come through, and that honestly would probably be better for them, but they can't have multiple people sit back on the back line. Not anymore. They're down 2 extremely early on. Sure, there's plenty of time to come back, but by the same token, there's plenty of time for the lead to be extended as well. This team's got to be careful. Stashega tries getting another on target. It's taken away by Infinite before that is possible. Pots up high now. Rob on the follow. It'll be Flo to take it out wide. T-Shega collecting that corner boost, but being challenged immediately by Divine. The 50 is won by T-Shega. Infinite has to retreat back. He's got nothing, but passes it over to Rob. He's now taking it in the corner. Has Divine waiting in midfield. Pass just cleared out wide by T-Shega. Buffalo have again gone back to that corner passing strategy. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be a big benefit to them. They need to start going infield.
I could not agree more. I think this direct passes will always, triumph. And so far, they just haven't had any luck on any offense. And Omaha just piece together something. I don't care if it's a bump, a shot, a direct shot, a pass, a flip reset, does anything. They got to get on the other side to do that, though. And they're in defense. They're at least holding stronger than they were in the first 30 seconds of this game. But Ice Mountain spoke too soon. Flo finds the back of the net. It wasn't even the crazy shot in the world, but it was techie, and it found the back of the net to give them a 3-goal lead. Flo has got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do as if you are the real Buffalo? You've got 3 minutes here, but Rochester just bringing the hammer down off that 50. It's going to go back to Rob, but Flo's there, and he's just hanging out midfield. Got 2 goals in this game. Really, putting Rochester on his back. Is 2:50 to go. Flo will miss that touch demo from Rob on the back line, but there is Busy, and another rotation touch here likely going to come in from T-Shag, and that's exactly what happens. And it just seems like every time Omaha look for a play, it's turned away by the Rhythm, or, really just Rochester plays it better. And I don't think it's necessarily positioning that's killing Omaha here, but too much space is being given sometimes to Rochester, and they're taking full advantage of that. This one halfway done, they have a commanding 3-0 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And just under the halfway mark, as you had just pointed out. And I don't think just you had said, it's not necessarily positioning. It is the space that they are giving up. But I also believe it's just the straight up pace. I feel like the Rhythm are playing a lot faster, a lot quicker, and playing with a lot more aggression, while it still feels as though, even though they are down, right now the Buffalo are simply just sitting back. Either that or they're being bullied back into their own half as Busy takes this one the entire way right over top of the defense. Divine can't do anything about it. Busy dunks it on home and tells him to hit the weight room.
And that was a slam dunk for a 4-goal lead. They're looking like they're looking pretty confident here, looking like they're in a pretty good spot going into the last 2 minutes of this game with a 4-goal advantage. Is almost, I don't want to say unwinnable. We've clearly seen Omaha be able to score this many goals in 2 minutes, but against a Rhythm that are looking this hot, they almost find one here. Divine just off the post, and the player that I need to see step up and be, the shining star for the Omaha in these last moments of the game is Divine. Divine all tournament long has been the rock. He's been the star player of this team. He is the 3rd round, which is so surprising because he is such a crazy player. We need to see him step up in the last moments of this game, and he might not get another chance. We're going into the last, minute 20 of this game, and they just have had nothing to show for it.
Oh, and that's one thing is Omaha just sometimes has not put a hand up. And Rochester has really taken full advantage of that. It's like, okay, well, if you're not going to chow me, I'm going to take full advantage of the space you're giving me and expose your defense that has, had problems on stream. Obviously, in the series before this, got exposed by Des Moines a couple of times where it felt like they shouldn't have given up a goal. But 46 seconds. I mean, I want to say it's possible. Like, I want to, say that Omaha can do this, but I really don't think that it's going to happen with how Rochester has played this. And one thing that we have not brought up a ton is Rochester has secretly been physical. On the back line, they've really abused Omaha's rotations. Their rotations have become very, 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 not necessarily lackluster, but predictable. And one thing that, if you're Rochester, I mean, you really did read the book. I think if you're Rochester, you cement yourself as the best team in Challenger currently.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, again, this is just the seconds ticking away. All this is nothing. They're looking for an extra one just to really put an exclamation point on things. It's going to be Flo to bury it. He becomes a hat-trick hero off the buzzer beater, but it didn't matter. It was 4-0 before. It's 5 now. It is an outstanding showing from Rhythm. I can guarantee you, these guys, I mean, they had shared the same record as Buffalo. It was merely game differential. Rhythm now are extremely strong and honestly look like world beaters here tonight.
Just, once again, cannot say congratulations enough to this Rhythm team. They were looking hot out there. They just really, they found their rhythm. Not to be corny again.
They found their rhythm.
I keep saying it.
They did, though.
I want to.
You're right.
They really did. And they just, they started the series running and they just took off and they never looked back. Omaha were left in the dust this time. I expect great things from Omaha, though. I bet Buffalo will find their step back and, I think we'll see more of them going through the season.
I agree. I think Omaha definitely does not take this to, tough heart. It's one of those things where, you know, Rochester played just better on the day, and that was seen here. I mean, closing it out in game 6, they don't let it get to game 7. And I mean, Rochester did a heck of a job in ending off, you know, this series with just not necessarily commanding fashion, but in a fashion where they were the ones in control. They had the determining factor, the Mjolnir hammer, if you will, in their hands. They were the ones that were worthy to win this, and they proved it. I mean, what can you say? Well, I mean, look back at the series. I don't know. I think overall, if you're the Rhythm, you are very, very happy with how this series went, because it wasn't even a game 7. I mean, it didn't even feel like a game 6 to me.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I feel the exact same way. And, you know, again, if you're on the side, or if you're like us in the spectator booth, you can look at some of the mistakes that Buffalo are making, but I think one of the things that's crucial to point out is Rhythm forcing a lot of those mistakes, whether it be from physical plays, just playing with pure pace, simply being on the ball, having better reads throughout the course of it. Ultimately, you know, again, pick and choose whatever mistakes you want out of Buffalo. A lot of them were probably caused from Rhythm, and Zom, shout out to you, disrupting Buffalo's rhythm on that. So it was a great series all around from Rhythm. They did everything that was needed. They took in 6. Again, it didn't even feel like it was a competitive 6 games, if you will. Rhythm did exactly what they wanted to, especially in that final game 6, getting a 5th out on the buzzer. That was an exclamation point. And that wasn't just an exclamation point in the series. That was a message to the entire rest of the division saying, hey, we're here. Good luck.
Just so dominant. Once again, just, you know, congratulations. I don't really have anything else to say. They were the stars for today, and going forward, I will say that's probably my favorites. You know, I don't even need to, you know, look at the next couple of weeks. They're definitely my favorites, you know, going throughout the rest of the season. And they just looked insane. I know teams will improve. I know other teams will step up, and
yeah,
you know,
for sure.
Like we saw today, you know, throughout the whole bracket, we saw teams like Des Moines Derecho. We saw teams like the Senators, you know, step up and really make a name for themselves. Like that, a lot of people are sleeping on a lot of teams today, and I think people are finally realizing that, you know, any team can really make it. Now, of course, it was just perfect poetry that, you know, the 1 and 2 seed found their way all the way to the finals. Maybe making me sound a little silly, but it really is just constant, insane Rocket League. And shout out Stewie, you know, staying up so late for us, putting this on. And I don't have anything else. What about you guys?
I mean, I just want to speak on the fact that St. Paul and Des Moines even got to where they got to. I mean, shout out to those guys getting top 4, and you're going into the major as a sub 13-14 seed. Like you're not expected to win anything. And I mean, getting this far, it's just insane.
Des Moines with a sub too. Des Moines had a sub.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is like they did about as well as you could possibly want and more. So honestly, I mean, overall, that's definitely what you want. But I think overall, it's important for, you know, these teams to you know, move on, but also remember this, you know, what it felt like, because overall you're going to be very, very happy with, you know, how you played, but you're going to be even more happy with, you know, what you could do better, obviously, in the coming weeks, because, you know, you've got an important, you know, break after this tournament. I mean, they're not going to play for another, you know, until the start of December. I mean, we've got a break for Thanksgiving, reminder, guys. So, you know, we've got a little bit of time to digress. But one thing that we do for every single major is name an MVP. And this is a player who actually was nominated by one of his teammates who just sent it to me. So
Straight from the source.
Straight from the source. Your Major 1 MVP for Rochester for the Rhythm is Busy. I think he deserves it based on his style of play. Honestly, GG's all around to everyone who played, but to me, and I agree with this, Busy is your MVP for Major number 1. And I mean, I tell you what a move from moving from what, console to PC, and he's already playing his best Rocket League.
It's been about a month, I'm pretty sure. 1 month.
That's it?
Incredible.
That's not a lot of time. That's not a lot of time by any means. But nevertheless, all three of us, we've got to go to bed. It's too late. I mean, it's too late for me. It's too late for me. We got to go to bed. But regardless, guys, thanks for joining us on this wild ride. Thank you to all the teams who played. Obviously, it's always a blast, to be able to sit in and listen to not only your cat. We love your kitty.
Yeah.
Yep. We love.
Shout out
to Zom's cat. You've told me the name, but I don't remember it. Regardless, Peach. Oh, I am.
Shout out Peach.
Shout out Peach. That's what I'll say. But regardless, I don't have anything else. If you guys don't, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go to bed. It's been a long night, about a 4-hour stream.
It's a little late, man. It's a little late.
Wrap it up, my brother. Wrap it up, my brother.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it on home. Thanks for joining us. McMaster and Zoms, guys, thanks for hanging out with me pretty much all night. It's going to be a blast because tomorrow is Premier Major number 1. Still working out on a stream, possibly going to be a community night. Who knows? I'll make sure to update everybody. But regardless, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you, and have a great night.
It comes with the price, it's all in the description. My time has arrived, I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way, knocking down barricades. On a different type of time, dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. I ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, call a coward. Student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can't be devoured. Heart on 10, courage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel. Spirit strong like metal. I will never fit the mold. No, I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle. Reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'ma be legendary. I'ma be legendary. Yeah. Yeah. I'ma say it loud and proud, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the real